much positivity following that TLC match. People really, really enjoyed that. And I think that also went some way to kind of like helping people move on past WrestleMania. And I know WrestleMania was not like bad for everyone. I know that WrestleMania was perfectly acceptable for some people out there. Like, they don't see it as being like this massive negative. But it was disappointing for many, many people. And I think last week went quite some way to fixing that, right? With Raw and with SmackDown. So the hope is tonight we can kind of continue and keep improving as we head towards Backlash, which is not that far away. So with that being said, let's jump over, and we want the red background for Raw. And we also want to get the preview, which is here. So this is what we've got on the show. We've got Seth Rollins, Bron Breakker, Paul Heyman. They are going to address their actions. Becky Lynch is going to talk about why she attacked Lyra Valkyria. Rhea Ripley takes on Roxanne Perez. And Logan Paul is going to be live on Raw. So, Roxanne appears that she's like done with NXT now. To be honest with you, I thought she was done with NXT before WrestleMania. You might remember that she was in the Elimination Chamber. She had a qualifying match on Raw as well. So there was a bit of surprise when we didn't get her against Bayley, because it really did feel like that was a match we were building towards, Roxanne against Bayley. Some people wondered if it would be at Stand and Deliver. Some people wondered if it would be at WrestleMania itself. Instead, I think they just didn't find a way of getting her onto the card. And so she ended up going into this nonsense pre-show match. You could tell she was a very last-minute thought, late addition. They put her in a tag team with Cora Jade. It was absolutely throwaway. I'm sure she was very disappointed that that's what they had for her. But that's done now. That seems to have been just because like they couldn't find room for her on that WrestleMania card. And so that's what they did with her. But yeah, it seems like it's Monday Night Rocks now. So Rhea Ripley, Roxanne is the only match that we've got announced. But Logan is set to appear. Apparently Pat is going to say some words, and I really don't know what he's going to say. Because word on the street, and you know me in the streets, it's where I hang out, right? With all my mates on the streets, listening to what the streets, we've got our heads down. We're listening to what the streets are saying. And the streets are saying that Gunther is out for a few weeks because he wants a break. And apparently he's in London right now. So he just wanted a bit of time away after losing the title, which is fine. But it does make me think what the flip is Pat going to say? I mean, is he going to be in the ring and say, what happened to me last week was a disgrace. I'm always going to stand up for my friends. Blah, blah, blah. But Gunther's not going to interrupt. So, what? I don't understand. It kind of implies to me someone else is going to interrupt. Could it be Ludwig? Could Ludwig come out? I can't remember what brand Ludwig's on. But could it be that Ludwig comes out and actually says, you know, you're lucky to be alive, let alone, you know, standing in that ring. And then maybe we do. Because that would be... I don't know. I was going to say, if we have to have a match, I mean, Pat gets destroyed by Gunther. I think we all agree on that. Maybe the thinking is Ludwig would be a bit of a closer match. I don't know. That bit I'm really confused by. Logan, I mean, he's just going to go off on the crowd. Someone will probably interrupt. That'll set up his next feuds. Rhea, Roxanne, amazing. Becky's going to say I don't know, Lyra let her down. She ruined her return. Something along those lines. And, you know, this meant so much to her coming back at WrestleMania, winning a title, for it to be ruined 24 hours later. You can sort of see what she's going to say there. That is going to be fascinating. That's the one that everyone wants to talk about. are we getting a third person? I've already had that question. We don't even know that there's going to be a third person. And actually, I wouldn't expect one tonight because I don't think that we need one right now. I think that what we're going to get is maybe these two against Roman and Punk. So I could see it being a tag match. So a third person probably gets revealed at that show, Backlash, if that is what we're doing. So I would not be expecting a third person to be revealed tonight. I think you just build towards the tag match if that's where we're going. No word on Roman, no word on Punk, but I would imagine we will see them. So, yeah, that's your kind of breakdown preview for this week's Raw. And, yeah, it looks like it should be a decent show. With that being said, let's get over to the chat and let's see where the conversation is at. I want my reading voice. That's what I want. I'm going to pop you over here. Okay, lovely. Let's get into some comments. Here's Brony.
Bronny a fan. Daze, this isn't coming from a reliable source, but the source is ANX and they're saying it's Roman Seth and Bron versus Punk at SummerSlam. If true, who should win? I go with Roman and Bron.
Roman and Seth versus Bron. Roman, what? It's going to be like Roman, Seth, or Bron against Punk at SummerSlam. Well, I would expect... I mean, I think Punk's got to face Cena at some point. SummerSlam would feel like a big show in order for him to do that, you know? I don't know. That doesn't really strike me as any sort of source. In regards to, like, it's going to be Roman, Seth, or Bron against Punk is a bit too varied, isn't it? Plus, also, I would throw Cena into that pot. I would really throw Cena in. I think the Summer of Punk... And the fact that we could do the Summer of Punk again, but this time it's him and Cena. That would be my front runner. Plus also, like, yeah, we could do Punk against Seth. Or we could do Punk against Bron. I don't know about Roman. Roman's like a face at the moment. Like, are we really going to turn him back heel again? So, I don't know. That I would not really take that with much interest, to be honest with you. Feels a bit loose to me, that. Connor, shout out to you.
Connor Rigby. Daze, do you see any of these 8 new... Do you agree on any of those 8 signings, Daze?
Well, Roxanne's on Raw. Julia's apparently on Raw. Ethan and Tony could come up in the draft. Mariah May, no, she's not free until the end of the year. Jeff Cobb, I would imagine, would go NXT first. But apparently he's signed. We're just waiting to get going with him. Stephanie, she can come up, but I think it's later for her. For some reason, for her, they really want to delay it a little bit. Perhaps it's because they don't want her getting lost in the shuffle. She's good enough. I mean, there's really not much that you need to improve about her, apart from, I don't know if she's taken English classes. I think her English is okay. I've certainly heard her speak in English, but I don't know that she's fluent. So, yeah, I would say that's really the only thing. I mean, that would improve her promos, but her presentation, the way she's been booked, the wrestling, you know, she's the women's champion. She's been more successful, arguably, than Julia, and it looks like they're ready to move on Julia. Streets are saying she's called up and that she is expected to be on the main roster either from now or from the draft, but people are expecting Julia to be there or thereabouts. So, yeah, this is, there's quite a few names that are bubbling away. There's a few like Mariah May, no. As soon as she's available, they'll make an offer. But even when she comes in, they might put her into NXT first. But Stephanie a bit longer. Jeff Cobb, I don't think so. But yeah, I mean, there's some names there that I think we could definitely see in the draw, in the drafts. I think there's some there that we could definitely we could definitely see coming up very, very soon. So, Connor, shout out to you. Here is Cameron.
Cameron, Wrestling 20. $10. Days, even though Mania was so-so, there was history that was made. Did you know that before Io Sky, there's never been a Japanese-born wrestler to win a Mania match since Taka Michinoku back in 1998?
That's interesting. So, Cameron, thank you for the donation, my friends. I didn't know that there hadn't been a Japanese wrestler to win a match since 98. So, yeah, that's interesting. I do think that we're at a bit of a risk of throwing WrestleMania away just because the ending was bad. I do look at the ending of night one, and like, you know, that's a match I will always go back and watch. I mean, I think that was brilliant. That was my favorite match. I thought the women killed it at the start of night two. I mean, that is probably just a Paul Heyman betrayal away from being, you know, the match. I think that it is between those two. For me, I would go with the main event of night one over the women, but for others, they would go the women over the men, right? So both of those moments were fantastic. Jacob, LA Knight, put on a really solid performance as well. Like, that was absolutely fine. I actually didn't mind how rough the Charlotte-Tiffany match was. I sort of went into that knowing that it was not going to be perfect and that they were not going to, you know, deliver the moves perfectly. I knew that it would be a little rough around the edges. That's probably the best way I can word it. And I actually think the match sort of needed to be a little rough around the edges. I've actually seen people accusing both Charlotte and Tiffany of sandbagging during the match, of making it hard, not being cooperative. If you sandbag during a wrestling match, it means that you kind of go dead weight. You know, there's a lot of moves where you need your opponent to sort of jump, right? So, you know, when you do a suplex, the way that you would suplex someone is you wouldn't just pick them up dead weight. Like, they will normally just give a little kind of bounce, a little jump into it so that the momentum is there. And so a lot of moves, actually, there's a kind of a lot of cooperation that happens between both parties. And if you sandbag someone, it means that you are not doing your part of things and you are actively making it difficult when it comes to moves, for those moves to be executed. Imagine trying to pick up, I mean, famously, Andre the Giant, right? Andre would not be slammed if he didn't want to be slammed. If Andre wanted to make it difficult and put his weight onto you, you're not picking up Andre the Giant, right? So if ever you slammed Andre, it was always because he was allowing you to slam Andre. And so, like, that's an example there of sandbagging, where if he wanted to, you could try and pick him up, you wouldn't budge him. But, like, you know, if he works with you, shifts his weight around, goes into the move, I mean, you're not getting much of a jump out of Andre, but, you know, he'll help you as much as he can, right? And so, you know, that's sandbagging. So for me, like, the Charlotte-Tiffany match, there was a lot of accusations of sandbagging online, which I just think is good, because I think that was the build. The build was that these two didn't like each other and that they were unprofessional and all that kind of stuff. So for me, that is sort of how it should have been in the match as well. I don't want to see a beautifully choreographed match after that build. I want to see something that's a little rough and ready. I'm not saying this match was amazing or anything along those lines. I actually found it a little disappointing, to be honest with you. It didn't live up to my expectation. It was one match I was really, really excited for. And it did not live up to my expectation. But I didn't think it was a car crash. And I didn't mind that it was a little rough. And I didn't mind that people were, like, pointing fingers at certain people after going, oh, you sandbagged and all that stuff. Because for me, that's how that match should have been booked. So I got a bit of love for that as well. I would happily go back and rewatch that. That, to me, is a very interesting match. very interesting match. I think that's a very intriguing. It's not a match that is just there. For me, that's a match I'd like to go back to and watch, because I don't think there was any sandbagging, but I would like to see it again. And I would like to rewatch it, and I'd like to see the moves and the sequences, and could they have been smoother? Were they trying to make it look a bit rough around the edges? Is there miscommunication? If so, who's to blame? I would find that quite interesting, to be honest with you. So I find that to be a very intriguing match. So that, to me, is not a match that I look down on. It's a match that didn't meet my expectation, but it's not a match that I'm like, oh, that was garbage. And actually, I think I do have them to hand. I should have the scores. You lot said it was great. You scored it great, 65%. You lot scored it as the third best match on day one. Only behind LA Knight Jacob and the main event of night one. You had Charlotte Tiffany in third place. El Grande against Rey Fenix, you said was good. Jade Naomi, you said was good. New Day War Raiders, you said was good. Jey Uso Gunther, you said was good. The lowest rated match was New Day War Raiders, good 73, which is very, very low. Very low, but not as low as the main event of night two. But, you know, the Dominic winning the IC title, the street fight between Damian and Drew, like Becky coming back. I mean, this is not WrestleMania 9, right? This is not WrestleMania 9. This is not WrestleMania 11. This is not a WrestleMania that we need to just completely throw out, but there's definitely elements there that I will happily go back to and rewatch. But it's still the conversation. It's crazy to me. I've still got people talking about the WrestleMania finish and everything. I don't think The Rock's comments helped. And I think that's injected a whole new life into it again, because I think The Rock has now just opened up this big can of worms, and now people are looking at it going, is there issues between him and Triple H? And so now you've got all of that kicking off, right? Like, that did not help. His comments definitely did not help. But if people want to talk WrestleMania, we can do that. If people want to talk Raw, we can do that. If they want to talk about the TLC match or Backlash or Seth's group or whatever it is you want to get to, we can get to it. So, LS Dub.
LS Volume. Hello all, hope everyone is well.
LS Dub, shout out to you, my friends. I hope you're doing well also. And Joey Majira, shout out to you, my friend, becoming a supporter on the channel. And it is worth me just saying this. We did a member stream yesterday. It ended up going nearly 2 hours. We did like a whole hour talking about our faction game, and then we did an hour talking about belts and merch and bits and bobs, right? But we are going to start a new tag team game for the members. That's going to start not this Tuesday, but next Tuesday. So if you are a member and you are interested in taking part, you just need to find a partner. There will be a post that goes up on Sunday. You just need to leave your team name and just drop in who's in your team. I won't really do much with that information, but it's just be interesting to know who's with who, really. So that's it. And then it'll give me an idea as to how many people are playing. I've already got a load of stuff sorted for it, which I did last night. I also had a mini panic attack when I realized how much work it was going to take each week to actually do a faction game and this tag team thing. But let's see how many people take part first. But yeah, if you are a member, we've had a lot of new members join. There is a game that we play on a Wednesday. We're now going to introduce, we're making it bigger. It's going to have a tag team element, which is only just starting. That's going to be next Tuesday. And it's easy to enter. You just need to find another member that you are in a tag team with, and just make sure you're on that stream. And then that's it. You'll get asked some questions, and you'll score points. And it's all about obviously doing as well as you can compared to all the other teams. So we'll be doing that every Tuesday. I'm really hoping it takes off and we get loads of people that play. And I would love for that to be like, you know, a big kind of thing that everyone engages with. We tried to do it with a faction game, but we're just struggling to get new factions. It's honestly that simple. We've been doing it a few weeks now, and we're just seeing a lot of the same people joining us, which is great. No issue with that, but it would be lovely to attract some new people. And so with so many new members around, thanks to Chet and Phantom and King Yeti and all of their generosity over WrestleMania season, we've got a lot of new members, so it would be lovely to kind of engage with those people and go, hey, look, this is what we do. This is what the membership actually allows. Not only do you get your name in green, but and you can use like the emojis and everything, but we do a member stream on a Thursday, and we're now doing 2 faction game streams each week, as well as 3 member streams a week. 3 member streams a week. That is a lot. That is a lot. So, yes. See you there. Right. Finley, hello, my friend, said, I don't know why, but I always love the 4-month following WrestleMania. What, you always love this period now, do you? I find this period now to be, well, I suppose in a way, WrestleMania season has ended, so there's no expectation that the shows have to be special. You know, the shows now, the expectation drops. So now that we're past that bonkers week after Mania, this is where we can just get stuck into some bread and butter wrestling now. This is where, you know, if the shows will be what the shows are. We hope they're good. But I don't know. For me, this is a weird period, to be honest with you. I quite like June and July and August. I sort of like that kind of kids are off period. I think it's because when I was young, here in the UK, you have 6 weeks off over the summer, right? 6 weeks summer holiday. And I know that varies from country to country. So some places get much longer. Here it was 6 weeks. And 6 weeks is a long time. I mean, by the time you're getting into week 4 and you've done everything you want to do, you know, part of you is like starting to think about, going back to school. It's horrible, though, when it's the day before and you've got to go back to school. I used to hate that. Like, I can't believe I've got to go back. You know, that was a horrible feeling. But by about week 4, you part of you is like, kind of missing your friends. Not your close friends, because you see those, but the other people in the year that you might have a chat with in passing or play football with, and you haven't seen them, you know? So, yeah, that kind of 6-week holiday, you know, I'd always try and do something with that time. And I don't know, even as I've become an adult, I always think about that sort of period of like, I have that feeling of I need to do something. So like, I've been to the cricket and stuff like that, and done a few things in previous years. I don't know what I'm doing this year, to be honest. I feel like I need to do a few things. I need to maximize the summer. And I kind of like that period. I kind of like it for wrestling as well. You've got the build to SummerSlam. And SummerSlam's going to be bigger this year as well. So with SummerSlam being 2 nights, and what with it being in this massive stadium, it should feel like a WrestleMania, more so than ever, really. It should feel like a WrestleMania. So I'm really hoping it does. I'm really hoping that this is like a second WrestleMania this year. And yeah, that kind of mixed in with the good weather and trying to get out there and, you know, do a few things because it's summer and got to enjoy your life. I kind of like that period. So this is kind of a weird period for me because we're not quite there yet, but equally we are now past WrestleMania season. So yeah, May's a bit strange. It's a kind of time for drafts. That's how I see it. It's a time to do a draft. It's a time to do a breakout tournament for NXT. It's a time to call some people up. It's a time to do some admin things, you know, do a few bits and bobs as we kind of get our teeth into some stories and build towards SummerSlam. So, there we go. Finley, though, is a fan of this next 4-month period, which I suppose in a way I agree. It's only May that I'm like, nah. But like June, July, August, I do like that. Try and do something with your lives. Try and get out there. At Dash Kingdom, shout out to you, my friend. Daz said, can it be teams of 3 and 1 misses out each week? Yeah. Listen, it could be teams of 4. I don't give a flip. It's just that there's only 2 that will ever play. So if you've got 3 in a team or 4 in a team, it doesn't bother me. On those streams, I will say, right, next up is Motor City Machetes, right? I used that example the other day. Motor City Machetes. So, guys, are you there? And so you just need to make sure that you're on that Tuesday stream, whichever 2 people are playing. If the next week you change it and Motor City Machetes is a completely different couple of people, it doesn't make no difference to me. If that's your team and you're going to go Freebird rule it, that's fine. I actually think having more than 2 people makes sense because there's going to be weeks where you won't be available, you know? You'll have a little group chat and you'll be like, yeah, I'm not free this week. Can you guys do it? And so, you know, it's good to have a spare person. The only problem is it does mean someone will miss out each week because there'll only be 2 people that get asked the questions. But yes, you can have 3 people, 4 people, 5 people. That's up to you. All I need to know is that there are going to be 2 people there on that stream on the 6th. There'll be 2 people that are going to answer the questions on behalf of whatever team you are representing. That's all I need. So, yes, good question, Daz. Mackenzie said, who wants to be in a team with me? Oh, God. We're going to get that now, aren't we? Oh, God. I've opened that can of worms. Kyle, shout out to you, buds.
Kyle Davies, member, £5. Hey Daze, even though WrestleMania was a bit naff, I can't wait for Backlash on May 10th. Hope you're well, bro.
Yep, Kyle, shout out to you, buds. I'm excited for Backlash. I think we've took some great steps forward last week. And, you know, I don't want to be down about WrestleMania. I don't want to be down about WrestleMania at all, to be honest with you. I mean, it is what it is. We got what we got. We've had bad WrestleManias before. And as I said, there's still positive stuff that's in there. It's just, it's fallen well short of, I would say, 38, 39, 40. And that's okay. I mean, 36 was rubbish. 35 was rubbish. 32 is regarded as being pretty rubbish. 27 is a disgrace. So, you know, it's wrong to think that WrestleManias are always perfect. I think it's just that now it was Triple H, wasn't it? Now it was Triple H. And so with Triple H in charge, you've got a bit more kind of hope that he's going to... And we've had such great WrestleManias. You just sort of hope that it's going to be better now. But, I mean, you know, we still had to watch New Day against the War Raiders, which, you know, really underwhelmed. We still had to watch a 17-minute Logan Paul match, which I thought was really underwhelming. I think that's the worst Logan match I've seen. And, you know, if you have a look at how it's getting voted on Cage Match, and if you have a look at how you lot voted it, I mean, you lot voted it good 73. You scored AJ Logan the same score as New Day War Raiders. You gave it the same score. AJ Logan is the second worst match on day 2. Only Cena Cody is worse, according to you lot. And that's going to be, and I'd have to have a look, but I mean, that's the WrestleMania stream. So that's not like 20, 30 votes. That's going to be a sizable feedback, you know? So it is very interesting to have this data. It's also very interesting to cross-reference it with Cage Match. Because, again, I'm not a Cage Match stan. I always find it funny when people are like, oh my God, have you seen this on Cage Match? And it's got like 20 votes. It's like, what, you know, what are you meant to do with that? But when it comes to WrestleMania, a lot more people vote. So the WrestleMania ones have actually got hundreds of votes. So it's not just like 20 or 30 votes, it's hundreds. And that's a lot more accurate. That's a lot more of a reflection. it's normally like 10 times like more of a reflection than the average show, which tends to get like 20, 30 votes. So I feel like you can use it a little bit more. It's still not the flipping Bible. It's still not the gospel. But I feel like you can use it a little bit more when it comes to WrestleMania. So it's very interesting to just get that sort of temperature as to where people are with it. Just a little snapshot as to what people are thinking. Not everyone agrees. That's just an average of of a small sample size. But yeah, you know, it is what it is. Mike said, would a members meetup ever be a thing? Difficult, to be honest, because you've got members all around the world. We are a very international community. We're not a community that's just kind of UK based, or we're not a community that's US based. We've got people joining us from India, Canada, France, Germany, Australia, Scotland, all United Kingdom. But I don't know. I mean, if ever we could find a way of there being like a sizable amount of people that would be interested, we could potentially do something. But I think because we are so spread out, that's always been the barrier, really. That's always been the challenge. So I don't know. I can't say there's any plans to do that, but if ever, like the community keeps growing as it has done over years, and we can sort of figure out a good place, and we know that there'd be interest, like, you know, I'd hate to go somewhere and like literally I'm there by myself, you know. But yeah, I don't know, maybe one day, but no plans at the moment. Here's Joe.
You and I would be a team. Nobody else called you a boomer at MSG.
That is true, actually, Joe. That is true. You are officially the only person that's ever done that. You're the only person, to my knowledge, that's ever actually called me a boomer whilst being sat at Madison Square Garden. And that will forever be appreciated, Joe. That will forever be appreciated. Just as is your kind generosity as well, my friend. So, hope you're doing well. Hope you had a good weekend. Hope you enjoyed WrestleMania as well. I'm still getting clips and things sent through of people that actually went, you know, which is very interesting to kind of still be getting like bits and bobs through, but just shows how big it was, doesn't it? That there's still reaction, there's still conversation, and here we are over a week later, and having had a couple of big shows since then. And it really still is a major topic of conversation. It's something people just have not quite had enough of getting out of their systems yet. So, Joe, really appreciate the support, dude. And it is true, you are officially the only person that has ever done that. Maybe in any building. I don't know that anyone's ever actually sent me a video of them calling me a boomer in any building. So it might be even more impressive than you think.
Ian. This is the best community. Hey, all hope you are well.
Ian, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you for the kind words. And shout out to you. Arborus said, Roxanne in Seth's faction, thoughts? It would be a shock for them to add a female and it not be Becky. I think a lot of people would want Becky to be that person. I wouldn't hate it. I'd be very interested to know how she would be around Becky. Because she would sort of be in Becky's way, wouldn't she? Because surely Becky's going to want to be winning world championships and everything. And so surely Roxanne would. So Seth would be working with someone that would be actively working against his wife. So that would be a barrier. That would be something that I think we would have to try and overcome. But outside of that, like, yeah, I don't really hate it. But the Becky thing would be the barrier. Loopy Girl said, Daze, guess who's going to Backlash? Randy Orton. Me. Loopy Girl, shout out to you. You found that out today, did you? Many congratulations. That is looking to be a very good show, actually. So, yeah, that's great news. You'll have to make sure that you send us a picture over when you're sat down. I did have people sending me pictures of WrestleMania. Not that one. That one. This was from actually from the stands. So I now expect you to send me one of what it's like from your seat, just as the show is beginning. And I might even use it as the background, to be honest. That'd be kind of cool, wouldn't it? I mean, we've got such a passionate community. Like, we're not just people that gather and just talk about wrestling. Like, people from our community go to these shows. So that would be kind of cool. I would be open to just put in a picture that you send me in the background. So, yeah, have a great time, Loopy Girl. I hope you have a great time. Hannah, let's see what Hannah's saying. I think she's singing, actually.
Hannah WWE Daze. Whoa, it's Desiamania. Streaming to keep alive, with many talent being free agents. Would you see Nick Comoroto signing with WWE soon, as some unknowns have become big through hard work?
Will Nick Comoroto sign with WWE? They could take him. I mean, we've got Evolve, haven't we? You could put him in Evolve. I mean, he's not a main roster person. You could put him in NXT. I don't know. He's not going to get any kind of crazy pop. But you could put him in Evolve. That would give a little bit of something there. I mean, we've got like a Wendy Chu there. We got a Smiley Kylie Ray there. We got a Luca Crucifino. We got an Oro Mensah. Nick Comoroto in that kind of world would not look out of place at all. As being like the kind of experienced head. Because you do need experience in Evolve. You do need, like, you can't just have, like, just the ID talent or the next in line talent. You got to have a Timothy Thatcher. You've got to have a Luca Crucifino. You got to have a Wendy Chu. You got to have, like, some sort of experience. So I wouldn't hate it if they signed him and put him there. And then, obviously, get him to NXT and, you know, work with him. I don't know his age off the top of my head. I don't know his age. So I'm not sure if he's, like, getting towards the end of his career or not. That might be a factor. But even if he is getting on, I still think there's a place for him in Evolve. So, listen, I mean, you don't know what else WWE is working on. They've just picked up AAA. I mean, they could be working on signing another new promotion, you know, so I don't know. I think if you're talented enough, then I think WWE would be interested. News coming through that Stephanie is going to be on the show tonight. She's going to be taking on Ivy Nile, which is very interesting because there's no word of Stephanie being like moved up to the main roster. So at the moment, like, it felt like last week was a one-off. It felt like last week was like, you know, just like a little surprise. So the fact that Stephanie is now facing Ivy Nile tonight is interesting, surprising, to be honest with you. So there we go. Some breaking news. Right. Jeremy, shout out to you. Let's see what Jeremy has got to say. Oh, did I do dad stuff? Oh, I'll get dad stuff. I'll get to yours, bud. I had yours queued up.
Jeremy Reynolds. Daze, do you think Becky will challenge for the Women's Intercontinental Championship?
Yeah, I would imagine most people are thinking that. I would imagine that she will, yes. It's just, I mean, it's there, isn't it? I mean, Lyra's going to want revenge for being attacked, and she's going to say that she looked up to Becky. The flipping feud writes itself, doesn't it? You as my hero. I can't believe you treated me this way. Becky's going to say, I'm not interested in being a hero. I'm just interested in being a success. That's why I want that Intercontinental Championship. A championship that, by the way, was not even around the last time I was here. Meaning I have never held it. And that is a title that I want. So, blah, 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 blah. I mean, the whole thing just writes itself, doesn't it? Dad stuff?
Dad stuff. Evening Daze. I strongly dislike when babyfaces have super shocked faces when they win big, like Iwo winning at Mania and Zelina winning the belt. It makes me feel they didn't believe in themselves.
That's an interesting point. I've never considered it that way. I've always looked at it as it's not they don't believe in themselves, it's just that they know they've got to overcome cheating. They know that they've got, like, for EO, it's not so much cheating, but yeah, she can. The thing with the triple threat is you can be amazing, but the odds are against you. You've got a 33.3% chance of winning. There's a 66.6% chance that you will not win. So for someone like EO, for her to not believe in herself, but to go into that match thinking, I'm good enough to do it, but are the cards going to fall in my favor? Is this going to go my way? Like, am I going to get screwed over? Is someone going to turn? Like, is there going to be outside interference? It's at WrestleMania. Blah, 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 blah. Well, she did it, and she's like, oh my God, it's done. It went the way I hoped. I suppose it's a little bit like people being happy when they win at boxing, You see people when you get to judges' decisions or whatever, like breaking down in tears and everything. Because the win meant that much to them. I do understand. Shocked. I'm trying to think of if there's any other sports where there's like a shocked face when you win. But I don't think it's that they didn't believe in themselves. In regards to Zelina, she knew that she was likely going to get screwed. Chelsea will cheat, won't she? Hervis is there. So Hervis could get involved. Chelsea could cheat. So I think in that regard, it's like, that's her first singles championship. And she has really struggled for opportunity. And whenever she's had opportunity before, it's either she's been beaten or, and I'm sure there is like some self-doubt that can sneak in at times. But with Chelsea, you always know she's going to do whatever she can. And she had the Hervis at ringside. And so for her to do it, it's like she's reached her mountaintop. And she probably is a bit shocked that it's happened. So, yeah, not one that's ever really resonated with me. It's not one I've ever thought about. Thinking about it now with those two examples, I feel like I can find enough reason as to why they would react that way for me to still feel fine with it, right? But I don't know, perhaps there's other examples where baby faces have won and they've had a shocked face where maybe they shouldn't be as shocked, and so maybe then I would feel a little bit different. I think it's going to be on a case-by-case basis, is my honest answer. I think I'd have to look at each one individually and kind of look at the story and look at kind of what had happened in the match and look who they were facing and factor all that in to see if that facial reaction was warranted. But I think for those examples, I can find enough reason as to why it doesn't feel too bad to me. I love that though. That stuff. I think that's brilliant because if that is one that genuinely bothers you, I'm definitely here for those conversations. And it's not one that I'd considered before. So very interesting. Very interesting.
Brian Jobson. Evening Daze and community, not sure if it's been asked. Have you seen Thekla and Mayu Watami have left Stardom? Do you see any chance either joins NXT?
Well, I think that WWE would be interested, yes. I know that I don't know much about Thekla. Mayu is someone I've heard a lot about, and I would imagine WWE would be very, very interested there. Equally, I would imagine that AEW would be interested. And I don't even know if they'd want to leave Japan. I don't know what the situation is. You've got places like Marigold that may pick them up as well. So, yeah, look, WWE are constantly looking for the best talent that there is. The WWE's doors are open. They are really trying to make sure that they prevent top talent as much as they possibly can from going to AEW. And it's not just about that. They do want the best talent in the world. They do want to, like, you know, get the best talent coming in. But we've seen they're trying to make moves in Mexico. There's rumors that they're trying to do stuff in Japan. Obviously, they've done a lot of work with the indie scene. We're seeing them go to colleges, get the best athletes with the Next in Line program. Like, there's so much that WWE are doing. If you've got amazing talents that are now free agents out of Stardom, there's just no way WWE won't be interested. But the problem WWE have is that they're also not seen as being brilliant when it comes to Japanese talents. I think that perception is changing with EO, and I think that is, you know, really helping a lot. I think Asuka definitely played a part in that as well. I think Asuka really broke down barriers. Kairi Sane played her part, but I think EO is really taking it to a new level now. And so, yeah, I think that all of a sudden now, if you as a female from Japan, you might not worry as much about going to WWE. Because I think the way they've treated Julia, the way they're treating EO, I think the work that Asuka did and Kairi did, I think that's gone a long, long way. A long, long way. So, yeah, I think that they've got to be in the running. But there's absolutely no rumours about that. I've not heard any rumours that WWE are interested. Dean
Kohler. Daze, does Randy take the title from Cena at Backlash? If not, when do you think it will be when John loses it? And who do you think takes it away?
No, I don't think it'll be Randy. The reason for that is because John keeps banging on about ruining wrestling, and he keeps talking about how he's going to leave with this belt. And I really think that is a narrative that they have introduced now that he is champion, that they are going to really push. I think this is the narrative. I think this is something you're going to hear a lot about. I think after they're going to make this feel bigger and bigger and bigger. At the moment, this whole ruining wrestling thing, I'm not seeing it really catching on. I'm not seeing people saying, oh, I hope John doesn't leave with that belt. I hope he doesn't ruin wrestling. I'm not even seeing people talking about it. I'm not even seeing people saying, will John ruin wrestling and all of this? Like, at the moment, it just doesn't even feel like it's massively connecting. It feels like people are still reeling from WrestleMania, or they are just excited for Randy and John. And that seems to be where people are, right? That's what they're focused on. Well below that is, will John ruin wrestling, right? But I really think that is going to rise in importance with each successful title defense as those dates get counted down. Every time you see Cena, you'll see probably that number getting reduced. And, you know, he's already said, when that gets to 0, I'm leaving with this belt. This is the belt that Hogan had. It's not. This is the belt that Bruno had. It's not. The lineage is, but the lineage won't be broken if he left with the belt. Because as we've said, the lineage has kind of been broken anyway, with people having to forfeit and vacate due to injury, and us having to crown a champion that never beat that person. It's only the exact same thing. If John leaves with the belt, we'll just have a new belt and we'll make it available in the Rumble. And that'll be quite exciting. And, you know, that'll be that. We'll just move on. And it'll be like John got injured. John got injured, couldn't defend the belt, so we're now putting it on a new person. Just like we've done many, many times in the past. Like Daniel Bryan, who won the title at WrestleMania 30, and then shortly after, due to injury, had to vacate it. Like, no one beat Daniel Bryan after WrestleMania 30 when he was champion. He had to vacate it. We then had to find a way of crowning a new champ, someone that had not beaten Daniel Bryan. Just like with Seth Rollins, as we said, he got injured at a house show. Again, he vacated it due to injury. We then crowned a new champion, right? That person that was the new champion hadn't beaten Seth. So, I mean, you can say the lineage was broken at those points. You know, it's not that every champ has lost the belt to the next champion. it doesn't work that way. Like, there's too many like vacancies and injuries and controversies. There's loads of that throughout the history. This would just be another example. So the ruining wrestling thing, it's never going to work with me. It's never going to land with me. It's never going to be something that I'm going to really buy into. But will it work with the masses? WWE don't care about me. They care about the casual fans. They care about the masses. Will this message work with them? And actually, I think there's a chance it will. Because the longer that we continue building towards the end of the year, and the longer he's still got that title, and the more he's counting the days down, it's like anything. The bigger deal you make out of something, the bigger that it becomes, you know? If I had a pen and I told you it was the single greatest pen in the world, and it writes like no other pen, right? And I really should like go off about this pen. You ain't going to be bothered about it week one. But if I keep going on about it 10 weeks in a row, and then I tell you that I'm selling the pen, and actually it should be like $1,000, I'm going to sell it for 100, you know? And it's the greatest pen ever. I bet you anything there'd be someone out there that would have interest, right? The bigger you make of a deal, the bigger you like make something out to be, and the more you commit to that, the more it is that, you know, you can actually get it to connect with people. So at the moment, this whole ruining wrestling thing, it ain't, it's not really landing. But after every title defense and the countdown and, you know, him constantly going on about ruining wrestling, not only that, but also having the baby faces concerned about it. You actually saw Randy say, I'm not going to let you ruin wrestling. Wrestling means everything to me. You've now got baby faces buying into this rubbish, right? You've got Randy kind of legitimizing it by coming out and saying, I won't let you do that. So all of a sudden there's like a cause. I bet they're so proud of this in the writer's room. I bet in the creative department, whoever came up with this, there was like backslaps. Oh, that's such a clever idea. You're so clever. It's stupid. I really don't like it, but I bet it works. I bet it works. I bet people will buy it. And I bet that the more they commit to it, the more that countdown clock happens, the bigger it'll feel. Which is why, no, I don't expect Randy to get the belt off Cena. I also don't know that he doesn't get past SummerSlam. I mean, I don't know that he makes it to the very last match, but he might. I do think that is an option, that he keeps the belt for the rest of 2025. And actually, what we get is a little bit like the Cena US Open Challenge, where he defends the belt on a pretty regular basis against lots of different people each time, so no rematches. I don't think he's facing Cody again next, for example. And once he's done with Orton, he'll move on to someone else. You know, that's why we might get Punk at SummerSlam or something. So I think it's always going to be a bit like the Open Challenge. Cena's got the belt. Who's going to get it off of him? They've sort of sacrificed the 17 thing for the heel turn, but also who's going to be the one that gets the belt off Cena now? That's kind of become a bit of a question, who's going to be the one that does that. And I really would not be shocked to see that this gets all the way to the end of the year. I would not be shocked to see that. So, yeah, I think they're really, really committing to that now. Connor, do we see these 8 stars joining Heyman? Becky, she could. Pete, no. Ludwig, I wouldn't mind it. Carmelo Hayes, he's on SmackDown at the moment. Jordan Grace, no. She could. She'd be interesting, but I just struggle to see a woman joining that's not Becky. It's not impossible, but I don't know. Why would Seth throw his support behind another woman, knowing that that woman is going to get in the way of Becky? Jeff Cobb, no. Nathan Frazier, no. He did tease it, but I think they're looking to use him in the tag division. Aleister Black, no. He's a bit too dark, isn't he? I think there's quite a few there that I would say no, to be honest. Christopher said, Boomer, really liking the channel. Christopher, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support and the kind words. And yeah, I mean, look, we just chat. That's all we do. We bring a bit of news in unseen and we chat away before the shows. And then, of course, when the shows start, we just get stuck into whatever it is we get served. And hopefully we get served some pretty goods this week. So, Christopher, I appreciate the kind words, my friend. I hope you had a good day today. Here's Leaping Lucha Larry.
Leaping Lucha Larry. I saw someone theorise Cena keeps the belt, wins his last match, then on his way out, after the last merch, the MITB holder comes out and takes it from him. Pretty cool theory, IMO.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I don't mind that. I don't mind this idea. The only thing is the smart fans are already clued onto it, you know? So, like, I think they would want that Money in the Bank thing to kind of be forgotten about. I think they would want it to be a case where ideally no one even talks about it, but they're going to go into, aren't they? Really, that moment in a perfect world, you would want it to be, it's Cena against whoever, Trick Williams, flipping Kurt Angle, I don't know. And can this person be the one that gets the back? If not, that's it, we're done. If not, we're done. And you really would want people to forget the Money in the Bank was even there. I wonder if there's anything, this would be a conversation worth having. Is there anything that can be done in regards to the Money in the Bank? I mean, I wonder if you could have the Money in the Bank holder do something so heinous that, like, Adam Pearce takes the Money in the Bank briefcase away as, like, as a suspension, you know, as a forfeit. I wonder if there's a way where you could really try and convince the fans the Money in the Bank's out the picture. The person is suspended for maybe at the start of December, right? I don't know what they did. It would have to be something really bad. It would probably have to involve someone getting injured. Maybe someone that was an official. Perhaps they put their hands on them. And the punishment is, we've not done this before, but I've never been in this situation before. This is going to stay with me, this Money in the Bank, and you cannot use it for the month of December. And I wonder if then, if you did that at the end of November, I wonder if then you could just rule out Money in the Bank for that final Cena match. And don't do it the week of, it's too obvious. Do it well in advance, yeah? So that it's kind of everyone spoke about it and then the conversation has settled down. But really, you want to find a way of having it so that people don't factor in the Money in the Bank. And then you get to the match, of course. Cena wins by cheating. Adam Pearce is appalled. And that's when he comes out and announces that the Money in the Bank is available if such and such wants to use it right now. And of course they do. Out they come. Dramatic moment, cash in, something along those lines. I wonder if you could put a swerve in like that. I wonder if you could actually find a way of... You won't catch out every wrestling fan with that. Wrestling fans will sniff that a mile away. The hardcore fans will. But even if you can just catch out the casuals, even if you can just catch out some of those, might be worth throwing a little curveball in, you know? Might be worth trying a little something along... I'm not saying it's that. Don't get upset. I'm not saying that's exactly the kind of thing that should be done. But I'm just saying, I like that idea of Cena going in as champ. This is going to be the last person that's going to be able to stop him. They don't. And so that's it. It just looks like that's it. Cena's gloating. He's happy. Everything's done. He's won. And then boom, out comes Adam Pearce and, you know, makes this announcement that he is now, after what he's just witnessed, going to make the Money in the Bank available, such and such want it. Their music hits, out they come. They look at Adam Pearce, they nod, he gives them the briefcase, they come down to the ring. Imagine if the Money in the Bank holder is like CM Punk or something like that. Imagine that. Imagine if it's Punk. In my mind, I could see Punk coming out, going in the entranceway, turning to Adam Pearce. Adam Pearce saying, if you want it, it's available. Punk looks at him, nods, he hands it over. Punk turns, looks at Cena. Cena's got a shocked face. Punk comes walking down to the ring. You could make that pretty sick. You could make that pretty sick. But I'm not saying it's that. And there'll be people saying, yeah, and this is true as well, another consideration, you can't have Cena do that in his last match because his last match is likely to be in Boston. There ain't no crowd that's going to be booing John. It's going to be really hard in John Cena's last match. It's hard to get people to boo him now. Even now we've got Let's Go Cena, Cena sucks chants. And they've worked hard at trying to have him make it very clear he doesn't like anyone in the crowds. Not even kids that are wearing his merch. But you've still got Let's Go Cena, Cena sucks chants. So, trying to make him out to be a heel in that final match. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. But that story only really works in the very final match. It doesn't really work. Like, it doesn't have the same drama if there's still another match after, you know? But it's going to be really hard to get the crowd to boo John Cena in that final match. It's flipping hard to get the crowd to boo Cena anyway. Yeah. Interesting. Definitely food for thought. But no, I don't think he loses to Randy Orton. George says, it's my birthday. George, happy birthday, buds. Happy birthday. Hope you've had a great day today, George. Hope you had lots of jelly and cake and clowns and party bags and the friends round. And you'll be the talk of school on Monday, George. So, yeah, shout out to you, my friend. I hope you had a great day. Mark said, Daze appeared in my dream, or was it a night? I was in your dream, was I, Mark? Mark, I've got to let you know, for legal reasons, that wasn't a dream. I was actually there. I do like to go night stalking, where I just try and find a different random community member, and I just try to pop round their house late at night just to watch them sleep. It's just a little hobby I've got, really. It's pretty innocent, but sometimes people do wake up whilst I'm doing it. So, you know, Mark, I don't know how you feel about it. I'm all right with it. And shout out to you. And I love your pajamas as well. Yeah, very cute. I've never seen Hello Kitty ones before, but shout out to you. Christopher, appreciate the kind words. Mackenzie said, I wonder if Seth's group will have a name. Oh, they will definitely have a name. WWE loves naming things. I would imagine there's a whole department that's just sat there that just is waiting to name stuff. You know, it takes like a genius on the level of Einstein to come up with things like Dark State, Retribution, you know? These things aren't just thrown together. These things aren't just plucked out of the air. They've got like one of the world's supercomputers sat there waiting to like name stuff. So this group will get a name, and I'm sure it's going to be something pretty wild. I'm sure it's going to be something exceptional, like the Dogs of Apocalypse. Yeah, I'm sure they will. Marketing, innit? George, man.
You missed my super chat. I said it was my day. It's no longer my day. I'm now sad. I'm expecting your best singing voice to make up now.
George, George, what? I gotta get to them as they come through. Mate, there ain't no singing with this voice. It's still a little bit shot from Saturday. Well, George, all the lovely things that I just said, I take them all back now. I don't mean a single one of them. I hope you didn't have cake. I hope you didn't have a clown. I hope you didn't have your friends round. I hope they all shunned you. And I hope that no one says lovely things at school to you as well, George. So how about that? How about that? That's where that attitude gets you, George. Yeah? We're here chatting away, theorising about wrestling. There's George going, it's my birthday! It's my birthday! Like that in the corner. We're like, George, we'll get to it. Don't worry. Don't worry. And then you're like, oh! Yeah, that's you, George. That's you. I still hope you had a good day, though. Yeah, I still hope you had a good day. But I do also hope that the clown punched you in the face, because you do deserve that.
JPville. MITB holder gets injured during training 4 to 5 months out. Only them, the trainer and Trips, know.
Money in the Bank holder gets injured. That's interesting. And then you write them off TV for a long time. That's interesting. That's a hell of a commitment. And you'd have to really try and make sure that the dirt sheets didn't find out the truth, you know? So, like, you'd have to really have that person. That's good. I don't know I'd make it 4 or 5 months, but I would commit. I would commit to it, yeah? I don't mind that being like a month or two that they're out and then, like, again, completely forgotten about. And you'd have to, I think you'd have to go with the message of something along the lines of, I'll get to you in a minute, George. I'll get to you in a minute, but yeah, I think you have to kind of send the message of, we're not going to strip the money in the bank from that person because they are expected to return before the deadline ends. You know, they should be back well before the deadline ends. So the decision has been made. We'll keep it on them. But because we're not expecting them until like 2026, we're not expecting it. Like, oh, it's hard. The more that you go into detail, the more it's like, yeah, he's going to cash in on Cena. So it's really hard, isn't it? You've got to make sure that messaging is right. But I sort of feel like there will be questions of why have you not stripped that person of the money in the bank if they're injured? And I feel like you need to answer that, but not in a really obvious way. And I think the answer would be, well, we do expect them back just after the Royal Rumble. Like, this is an injury that we're expecting them to be out about 6 months. So they should still have enough time before the deadline for them to be able to cash in. So in agreement with them, we've agreed that we won't actually strip them of it. But obviously that puts more pressure on them. But again, the more you go into conversation like that, surely the more people listen to that and go, he'll cash in on Cena. It's hard, isn't it? Wrestling fans are too clever. They're too smart. Trying to outfox a wrestling fan is like, ugh. But I think you could do it. I think the injury thing, and certainly if the dirt sheets are fooled and the dirt sheets are like, no, it's legit. And then you keep them off TV a month. I think what would happen is you would go into that match with people going, I think there's a chance. I don't think you'll totally fool people. I think it'll be, I could see the prediction videos now being, there is a chance. There is a chance. But I'm not sure. And I think that might be the best you could get. But that's still good, isn't it? If you could get wrestling fans to be like, there's a chance, but I don't know, the dirt sheets are saying it is a real injury. We'll have to see. That is as good as I don't know, really. Isn't that? That's as good as I don't know. So if you could get fans to that point, and then, as you said, they've been out for a few months, and then boom, they come back. And certainly if it's someone really popular, you wouldn't. It'd be interesting to see who gets Money in the Bank. I don't think you can put it on someone that's like, an up-and-comer. Certainly not a Logan. If it goes on a Logan, forget it. You ain't going to do that moment. You're going to need a big pop. You're going to need a big moment, aren't you? So, if someone like Punk would be so flipping. That would be so good. If Punk was to get it, maybe, I would love for it to be Sammy, but I don't know. I don't know if the pop would be big enough. Unless you can really... Oh, could you imagine if Sammy's a good actor, man. What if Sammy's in the ring, heartbroken and like tears, and dirt sheets are saying he's injured? Sammy's in the ring, he's really upset. And Sammy is saying like, I just keep facing these setbacks, and I don't know, guys. I just want you to know that when I do get back, I'm going to give everything to make sure that, when I cash this in, it's going to be successful. Have tear running down his face. I think Sammy can deliver that. I think Sammy can carry the weight of that segment for him to, act that powerfully. And then him to go off. Everyone feels sorry for him. Dirt sheet saying the injury is real. Have him out for a month or two. And then Cena wins that last match. Adam Pearce comes out, says, because of how you just won that, I had just had a phone call. And there's someone that wants to see you or something like this. Or maybe you don't even need to do the Adam Pearce thing. Perhaps like Cena wins. And he said, and then you just hit Sammy's music. Place goes bananas. Sammy comes out. I would not... you could do the crutch thing, couldn't you? You could do the crutch thing where he comes out to just stare at Cena, but then throw the crutch away to show that actually I'm all right, and then go running down to the ring. Mate, that could be really good, but I can't shake the fact that you ain't gonna get Cena being booed in his last match. I can't shake that. As much as I love this idea, I can't shake the fact that it's Cena's last match and I don't think he's getting booed. So the reaction is not in the room maybe going to be the reaction that I want if I was to book that. These, honestly, though, would be the kind of conversations that I could see them having in the creative room. This is the kind of conversation I could see them having. This is the kind of conversation that I think you have to, this is the end is where you start and you work backwards. That's what they've always said in regards to like booking a story is that, if you want a feud to pay off at WrestleMania, well, you figure out, what do I want that moment to look like at WrestleMania? And once you've got that decided, you then work backwards and you plan the weeks out that lead up to it and the twists and the turns on the road, right? But you know where it ends and you know how good that ending is going to be. I've got to think they've got an idea as to where this Cena story ends. I know that Triple H said he doesn't. Triple H said we're just going to have to see how this plays out after he turned heel. John at Elimination Chamber. But I don't believe that. I think they've got an idea as to where this goes. I think they know. And I think they know where this ends and how this ends. I certainly hope so. I'd love a little swerve like that. But yeah, the whole getting booed stuff is probably not going to happen. George said, I'm sorry. George, you don't have to apologise. It's all bants. It's all just bants. I mean, I bet it hasn't even been your birthday, to be honest. So, George, I actually hope the clown was lovely to you. I hope you had 2 clowns. Yeah. I hope you had 2 clowns, and I hope those clowns were man and wife, or 2 men, 2 women, We live in an open world, and I hope those 2 clowns are in a loving relationship. And I hope that you made love with them as well. I hope that I hope you had an orgy with clowns and jelly on your birthday. And I really hope that you are old enough for that joke to not result in me going on any sort of register. So, George, shout out to you. Shout out to you. Shout out to your clown friends. And I wish you nothing but the best as you embark on this next chapter in life as a boomer. And a clown sex offender. Right, JP.
JPville. Just say the contract goes to next MITB. Back for Elimination Chamber, nothing more.
Just say the contract goes to the next Money in the Bank, back for Elimination Chamber and nothing more. Yeah, keep it kind of simple. I think you do need to do that. The more that you go into detail with something like that, the more you was to like elaborate and stuff like that. And the good thing about this conversation is it probably ain't happening, right? But it's fun to go, oh, what if? But this sort of logic, this sort of thought process, this sort of where's the issues in this, that is very transferable to other feuds and other situations, some of which may be actually happening. So that sort of mindset of how's the crowd going to react? How would you set up such a situation? What would the challenges be? When would you need to plant the seeds? How would it pay off? What, blah, 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 all these different aspects. It's kind of fun to dig into that because I think that there's a lot of examples that would be transferable with maybe feuds that are happening or have just happened. And just, it's kind of fun to kind of dig into a bit of creative spiel and speak and thought process. I know there's people that are worried about that WWE Unreal show. I've put a few tweets out about it, just sort of saying why it doesn't massively bother me. I'm actually really excited for it. That is the side of the business that I've always wanted to kind of have a little glimpse at. The creative side. I mean, we talk a lot about creative on this channel. We talk a lot about where are they going with this. Could they do that? Blah, blah, blah. Will they, won't they? To actually see in the room and see the people that are responsible for what we end up getting and to listen to some of the conversations they actually have in regards to what they're booking, why they're booking it. I have had people saying, and it is true, that there is a concern that we will hear stuff that's going to annoy us. And that's true. If someone said, oh, we could do that, but I think this is better, and the other thing that they turned down is better, we'd be like, why did they not go that way? They could have just done that instead. But instead we did this stupid blah, 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 unfortunately, that is the risk, that we will hear what they're saying. We're not necessarily going to like it all. And, it's going to start a whole new kind of conversation. But yeah, this WWE Unreal is us seeing behind the scenes. It's us seeing in the creative room. It's us seeing guerrilla position. And for me, honestly, these are the most interesting areas of the business. The wrestlers and what happens on TV, we already see that. But what happens in guerrilla and what happens in the writer's room, that to me is the most interesting part of the whole business. That to me is the bit I'm most interested in. So a show that's dedicated to that is right up my street. And there's people saying that they think it might be a bit too much of the business being revealed and it might be a little bit too much of the business on show. But I put a tweet out the other day that was like, well, we say that this is a TV show. If someone says to us, oh, wrestling's fake, what's the response? It's normally the same response, which is, well, yeah, but it's a TV show like The Walking Dead or Game of Thrones or Breaking Bad. Or like a movie, like the Avengers, whatever. You go and watch those knowing they're scripted, just like we watch wrestling knowing that it's scripted. So that's the response that a wrestling fan has. So if that's true, then I don't think that we should get upset if they then release a behind-the-scenes documentary, because I've seen a behind-the-scenes documentary for Friends. I've seen a behind-the-scenes documentary for Breaking Bad. And I've seen one for, Only Fools and Horses here in the UK. TV shows and films. I mean, you used to get behind-the-scenes documentaries on the same DVD as the film. There used to be bonus features, weren't they? Making-ofs and everything. And I don't really see that as an issue personally. I sort of feel like if we're being honest, and I think we are when we say to people, oh, it's just like every other TV show. Well, if it's just like every other TV show, then we shouldn't be too bothered about the behind the scenes making of documentaries, because other TV shows have those, other films have those. And so, we can't say that as the reason, but then also not like this aspect of it, So that's why, for me, I don't have a problem with this. I will say to people, this is like a TV show. It's like a TV drama. And equally, this is why the behind-the-scenes stuff does not bother me. I get bothered when stuff sort of gets revealed on the show. I don't think that's acceptable. Like The Rock being on the Netflix premiere and not being in the final boss character. That bothered me. And actually, that prompted some videos that we did where we were like, who's keeping The Rock in check? Who's telling The Rock what he should be doing, or is The Rock just doing what he wants? And how funny is it that because he was doing those kind of appearances in early January, we had those conversations. And there are videos. There was one I pointed people to the other day. And not because I wanted people to go, oh, wow, Daze called this, right? Not for that at all. It was because I wanted people to see that the things that are being said about The Rock right now are the exact same things that were being said about The Rock in early January. We are in the exact same place. People are worried that The Rock is doing what he wants. He's not like abiding to any sort of creative. He's coming up with his own creative. No one's keeping him in check. Ari Emanuel is not saying anything to him because he doesn't know. This isn't his world. You know, are you going to tell The Rock what he should or shouldn't do on WWE TV? It's The Rock. He knows this better than, you know, most other people. So Ari Emanuel's not going to say anything. And if he is not going to say anything, then it comes down to Nick Khan and it comes down to Triple H. Well, Nick Khan's a businessman. He wants to have a good relationship with The Rock. The Rock's on the TKO boards. He might, you know, say stuff in a certain, hey, I'm not sure that was the right way to do, but he ain't going to put much pressure on. No one is going to turn around to The Rock and say no. No one is going to say no. It's always going to be, are you sure that's the right way to go? Do you think that's the way? And if Rock's adamant, that's the way we go. That's it. That's the direction we head. And there ain't no one that's going to be able to turn that around, apart from maybe Ari Emanuel, if he was to put his foot down. But he doesn't know enough about this, and he respects The Rock so much, he ain't doing that. And I think this has contributed to where we've ended up. So it was interesting that like that showed itself in early January when The Rock was on TV not being the final boss. He was like, this is amazing. Netflix executives, I want to thank Roman. I want to thank Cody. And we were like, what? So what? You want to thank Cody? Aren't you in a feud with Cody? And it's like, that was just The Rock being The Rock, having lols. And he tried to explain it, and the Rock fans bought it. And, you know, here we are again with the exact same concerns. That The Rock came in, did what he wanted to do, and then decided, oh, I think I'm done now, and went away, and that was it. We have to pick up the pieces. We have to try and salvage this. And sadly, I am very sad to report that Triple H did not salvage this. Triple H did not fix it. I think he could have. I think there was things he could have done. I don't know how late in the process he found out The Rock wouldn't be there, though. He might have thought The Rock was still going to be at Mania all the way up to Mania. And so in his mind, he might have thought, well, I'll let The Rock do whatever The Rock's going to do at Mania. And then very close to Mania found out The Rock's not going to be there. That might change my opinion of how Triple H booked this thing, if that's true. Or Triple H might be like, do you know what? You've made your bed. You can sleep in it. But I don't think he would think that way. Because ultimately, if WrestleMania is seen as a failure, that is sort of on Triple H. He is the head booker. He can blame The Rock, but do you know what I mean? He's got to take the blame as well. So this is why it's a conversation that's still around, and this is why people are still talking about this stuff, because it does feel like there's something wrong in the process. Another reason why I'm so eager to see WWE Unreal. So yeah, I think it'll be very good. I'm really looking forward to that. But I know it's not everyone's cup of tea. There's plenty of people out there like, yeah, I get that whole TV thing, but I don't watch behind the scenes documentaries because it ruins it for me. And I can get that. I'd just say, well, don't watch this then. Don't watch this. I personally don't find that watching behind the scenes documentaries ruins the show for me. I can watch behind the scenes. I watched one on Walking Dead. It didn't affect my enjoyment of the show when the show starts. As soon as the show starts, I think the shows do a very good job of immersing you, grabbing you, bringing you into that world. And I sort of, I don't really find myself looking at it going, oh, they're just acting. They're just pretending. I mean, I've known that about wrestling for decades, and, I can still get lost in it. Even when someone's botching, do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, I don't think they meant to do that. I'm still in that world. It's such a weird thing to explain. If someone botches, I will comment like, oh, that was a botch. He definitely didn't mean to do that. But I'm still not like out of the world. It's really weird to explain. You don't really get that with other shows. Like, you wouldn't get on Breaking Bad someone fluffing their line. That is different, isn't it? Because if Walter White was to mess up a line, that might take you out of that world. But it doesn't take you out of that world in wrestling. You comment on it, but I don't know. The show just moves on. You just move past it. It's weird, that. Never really thought about that. Loopy Girl.
Loopy Girl.
Girl.
So excited because my seats are right behind the announce table and up close. Don't forget Randy is the legend killer.
Don't forget Randy is the legend killer. He was. I mean, I don't know how much legend killing he's done recently. Yeah, I mean, look, he's going to go in with the support. He's going to go in with people because it's his hometown, believing in him. I've not seen what the odds are. He's got a chance. I've never sit here and say, oh, it's impossible for him. He's got a chance. Because who knows? Maybe he wins it. Maybe Cena gets it back at SummerSlam. They could have it. You could have it, lose it, and win it back again. That would take Cena to 18. He would go to 18 then. I mean, this is Cena's last year. If he is going to extend that record, it's now or never. So there's a chance. But I mean, I give it a flipping 5% chance. I mean, it's very small. I really don't see it happening. But there is a chance. So you're saying there's a chance. And yeah, I'm saying there's a chance. You're right behind the announce table, are you? Well, you should get some good action there, to be honest. I mean, normally someone goes through an announce table, don't they? So, very good. You should see some really good stuff. And certainly in that main event match as well, I'd imagine there'll be people getting chucked around. I could see, like, Cena getting put through that announce table by Randy. I could see that. So you normally get an announce table spot. Maybe even a RKO kind of around on that announce table. Could maybe see something along those lines. So, yeah, very good. I hope you have a great time, my friend. I am low-key a little bit jealous. But I hope you have a great time. Here's Jamie.
Jamie Stewart. I really hope they keep teasing this Sami Zayn heel turn only for Jimmy to turn on Jay. I don't want to see Sami turning heel.
Yeah, I would like to not see Sami turn heel as well, to be honest with you. If it happens, it happens. I really, first and foremost, want Sami to be a big character. I want him to be someone that gets a reaction and is on TV regular. So if that means that he has to turn heel to achieve that, then, well, okay. But I don't really want that. The moment I want is I want that babyface Sami winning a world title. That's the moment that I really want more than anything else. If I could just choose for one thing to happen in WWE, it would be that for me. I've been a fan of Sami for years and years and years. I was very frustrated during the pandemic periods with Sami's character. Do you remember he was like doing the whole conspiracy theory thing? Do you remember he was like handcuffing himself to the barricades, making out there was a conspiracy, and he made this whole documentary. It was very weird, that period. And actually that sort of led up to him and Johnny Knoxville. And so it sort of, that's how we sort of got to that. And, I mean, that match is very fondly remembered. It's bonkers. It's honestly the kind of match that I should hate. Everything about that match I should hate. I can't find myself hating it, to be honest. I can't find myself. It's so bonkers. I think I just look at it as a comedy match. I just see it as something that it's really not worth being annoyed about or upset about. It's just a comedy match. It's just a bit of nonsense. It's something that I think Sammy looks back on quite fondly, actually, because I think he enjoyed working with Johnny. I think he enjoyed entertaining. I suppose in a way it's like if R-Truth was going to have a match at WrestleMania, it would be something along those lines, you know? It's something fun, different. It's the exact sort of thing I should hate, because it is a celebrity going over a wrestler. There's stupid spots in there, like the mousetrap ending, right? Which is stupid. I mean, the guy gets pinned down by a giant human-sized mousetrap, yeah? It's hard to kind of not go off on that, to be honest. That is the kind of thing that if it happened in AEW, I could see people going off on. So, but I don't want to be accused of double standards. And my honest answer to that is that I really feel that that match is just a throwaway comedy match. It's not worth being annoyed about or upset about. I do think that it's something Sammy looks back on with fondness because of the fact that he entertained people and people seem to really enjoy it. But it is also the match that results in him joining the Bloodline. And if you remember what happens after that match, he knocks on Roman's door and he talks about how no one respects him anymore and how, you know, he lost to Johnny Knoxville at WrestleMania. And he wants to get his respect back. And that is the whole premise as to why he joins the Bloodline and why he wants to hang out with the Bloodline and why he wants to be a member of the Bloodline. So you could really make an argument that you need that match to get Sammy to knock on Roman's door and to get him to go into the Bloodline. So that is kind of part of the Bloodline story, believe it or not, that match. As bonkers as that match is, and as much as it has nothing to do with Roman, it is that match that results in Sammy knocking on the door and wanting to join the Bloodline. So it's actually part of Bloodline canon. When you tell the Bloodline story, you might even have to show moments from that match. So, yeah, when Sammy was heel, I was not a big fan. The whole conspiracy theory stuff was a bit rubbish. It led to a match that, I don't know. It's one of those where I think people largely enjoyed it. I think people know it was bonkers. It was meant to be bonkers. You do get those matches in WWE where you just have to sort of switch your brain off and you just sort of have to just watch. And I think that's one of those. I suppose this match was another one of those where, you know, that's not going to be to everyone's taste, but there's lots of people that have that as one of their favorite Bray matches, one of their favorite WrestleMania matches. But again, I think everyone would agree that thing's flipping bonkers. So I suppose this was the bonkers match of WrestleMania. I think, was it 37, was it? This was the bonkers match of that show. So, yeah, I'm not really looking for him to go back to being a heel, but I would love for him to achieve a world title as a face, finally get to that mountaintop, and to kind of tick that box, really. That's all it is. That's all it is. It's about ticking that box. It's about him having the honor of being a former WWE World Champion. Doesn't have to be the WWE Championship. It can be a cash-in. I really don't care how he achieves it. I really don't give a flip how he gets there. But, yeah, I'm interested to see how that plays out. 9 Docs Holiday. Boom.
9 Docs Holiday 4. $5 US. Sami will turn heel. It's one of Karrion Kross's prophecies. Kross knows all. Looking hot tonight, Daze. Side note, Karrion should destroy Logan.
9 Docs Holiday, shout out to you, buds. Shout out to you. And here is Tree Man 53.
Tree Man 53. $1 and 99 cents. Cross joins Heyman.
Cross joins Heyman. Cross joins Heyman. Maybe. Here's Hannah.
Hannah, WE Daze. Imagine you were a professor for Wrestling 101 where you can waffle for hours, and the only way to pass is to endure 500 plus hours of waffling in a term or sleep with Ya, with the passing rate being low.
Sounds like a lot of fun. Here's Octavia.
Octavia. Member. Daze, if you were a booker, what direction would you go with Carrion? Would you put him in a tag team or faction? Who would you have him feuding with?
I would keep him on his own. I'd keep him on his own because I think that he is someone that is excellent promo. He's got an excellent presentation. You can put him in a tag division, but the tag division's cold. Tag division doesn't mean anything. So you're just really pushing him to the side if he goes in a tag division. You can put him in a faction, but I would just have him as a one-man wrecking ball. I would just have him as a one-man wrecking machine. I'd really just have him as someone that goes in and you just don't mess with Karrion Kross. He's a badass. I think him and Scarlett, that's all it needs to be. So, yeah, I'd have him. I'd just put him in good feuds. Just build him. I mean, you can't really go wrong with the traditional approach of, go through a mid-card run, go through up to like the World Heavyweight Championship level. I would have it where I would put him in a feud. I would give him time, like Carrion against Big Bronson Reed, something along those lines. Carrion against Braun Strowman. Carrion against AJ Styles, which is probably what we're going to be doing right now, but that's great. That's fine, but you've got to start having them cut in-ring promos on each other. We keep doing a lot of backstage stuff with Carrion. I don't really know why. I don't know why Carrion's not in the ring more. He's always backstage, isn't he? He's always lurking around. So yeah, I would do that, to be honest. I would have it where he is trying to show people for who they really are, and I would just build him up, get into a mid-card, keep giving him wins, and just really have him as a top contender. I think he's excellent, and I think that he is someone that is really good at using social media. So the thing is that the more you invest in Carrion, the more you're going to get back. And what I mean by that is that you can invest in someone. It's very little. You can give Austin Theory TV time, and he is likely not going to maximize it. He's likely not going to connect with the crowd, and he's not going to do anything on social media. And so, you're putting TV time in, and what you're getting back is maybe not quite acceptable. And, that's quite harsh on Austin Theory. But I think we have to also say it's true. You're either at that standard or you're not at that standard. And I don't think Austin Theory has shown that he is at that standard. I think he's good in ring. I don't think that he's shown himself to be a good promo. I think that they've tried stuff with him winning Money in the Bank, him being a mid-card champion, him doing promos, and I don't know, at some point you have to sort of point the finger at Austin Theory and say he's just not quite at the level that we thought he was at, right? I don't think the creative has been good enough for him. I certainly don't think this tag team has been good for him. But I do think that he has to carry some responsibility. You have to, knock it out of the pot. When you get to the main roster, that's when the work starts. That's not when the work ends. If Roxanne is on the main roster now, everything she's done before now is largely irrelevant, because really it's the work now that counts. No one talks about what Roman Reigns did in FCW. No one talks about what Brock Lesnar, the matches he had, the feuds he had in OVW. It's all about when you get to that main roster, what do you do? And to be honest with you, a lot of the good stuff I've seen from Theory was down in NXT. when he was in the way and he was doing like some good matches. If I just judge him by what I've seen on the main roster, it's been very underwhelming. So with Carrion, I just don't think he's had much in the way of opportunity. I think that there is someone there that if you invest in Carrion and you put time into Carrion, not only will you get good stuff back, like good promos, good matches, you know, a good visual. I mean, his entrance is excellent. Not only will you get good stuff back, but you're going to get all of this social media activity as well. He will expand upon the story. He will share his thoughts in like 2-3 minute promos online. And so you just get so much more back. And honestly, with very, very little opportunity, he has already started to get a real groundswell following, you know? I mean, he has not had really anything to get his teeth into this year, but there is this groundswell that's building. And I think it's things like his promo that he did on Raw Recap, where people can look at that and can see the frustration, hear the frustration, and they know that there's nothing more he could do. And I think there's a respect as a result. If you look at someone and you see that they're working hard and you see that they're giving everything and you see that they're really trying to maximize their value, maximize every opportunity that they get, and it's still not working for them, there is a sympathy that comes in. There is a bond that is created. And I think that is exactly what has happened with Carrion. Everyone can see he doesn't get much TV time. He doesn't get many matches. He doesn't get to cut promos in the ring. Sometimes he's on Raw Recap, not the actual Raw. Sometimes, like, he's been on Raw Talk doing stuff and not been on Raw when he was in Final Testament. Bo got an injury. We didn't even get to finish off the Wyatt Six feuds. His group got released. And so that all fell apart. Then he started doing a little something with Sammy. Nothing came of that. Now he started doing a little something with AJ. We'll have to see if something comes of that. But that has been his 2025. That's been it. That's all he's had. So you look and you look at, like, I mean, I get bombarded with people telling me that Carrion liked their tweet, followed them, all that sort of stuff. It's got to the point where I actually have started leaving some of that out of the community folder. Otherwise, every day on Unseen, I would be telling you Carrion's done this, Carrion's done that. And every day it would be like just Carrion. So in order to avoid us all, like, you know, falling into that trap of just constantly hearing about Carrion following people and liking tweets, I have left bits out. And but he is so active. And he really is reading his notifications, reaching out to people, responding to people, like, you know, cutting these promos. He's putting the work in. He's someone that, honestly, if he gets cut, right, which I don't think he will, and I really don't want that to happen to him again, but if he did get cut, he will be able to look himself in the mirror and know there was nothing more he could do. And I mean, that's it, isn't it? I think a lot of us would love to be wrestlers. I think a lot of wrestling fans, if we had lived our lives differently, had, you know, gone for it or even thought about it. I mean, in my case, I didn't even think about it. I think we would like to have given it a go and been in the business in some way. And so, in a way, we do look at these wrestlers as, I suppose, living our dream. This is why I relate to Sammy so much. Because I look at Sammy and I look at how much work he puts in. And I look at him and I'm like, well, that's cool. Like, that's, you're really putting the work in. I really respect that. And, you know, I'd like to think that's what I would do. And I really, you know, I want to believe that hard work pays off. And I want to believe that if you're as good as what Sammy is, or you're as good as what Carrion is, I want to believe that you can make it. I want to believe you can get somewhere. There's something really, really relatable about that. And I think that sometimes life's not fair. That is very, very true. Life is not fair. And, you know, life will throw hard times at you. I mean, everyone goes through difficulties. I know there's people in the community going through difficulties right now. And it's like everyone will go through those. Life is not fair. And it's about how you respond to those setbacks, yeah? And I think with Carrion, if he was to be released, which, again, I have to keep stressing, I hope does not happen. We know that there do tend to be releases after WrestleMania. There's been no word on any at the moment. But, you know, if you don't make it to the WrestleMania card or you're not being used on TV consistently, you probably are a little concerned. Probably are a little bit concerned. I think they've got enough lined up for Carrion for this to not affect Carrion, but there is unfortunately a chance that some people may find themselves parting ways with WWE. I hope it's no one. But if that happened to him, as I said, I think he could really look in the mirror and know there is absolutely nothing more I could have done there. Maybe he could have played it different. Perhaps he could have been a bit more political. Perhaps, I don't know what happens behind the scenes. Maybe they've given him creative that he's turned down, and if he did it, maybe if he was a bit more of a yes man. But then, are you betraying yourself? I don't even know if that's happened, by the way. But are you betraying yourself then? You know, this is something Bray didn't want to do. You know, Bray didn't want to betray himself. Bray was not a yes sir, no sir kind of a guy. And I think that's why he ended up getting released when he got released. So, yeah, with Carrion, I don't think you need bells and whistles. Normally you put people in tag teams or you put people in factions, sometimes to make them feel like bigger deals, but also sometimes to hide any areas of weakness. You know, like Damien struggling to connect with the crowds, so you put him in a faction. Dominic, you know, someone that is still finding his feet. He's kind of bypassed NXT. Put him in a crowd. I mean, look, Dominic going in and having that whole thing with Rhea and that whole thing with Liv has just took him to a whole new level. He is so over now. So over. And the whole thing about his deadbeat dad. And, you know, he has thrived in that faction. And I think as a leader of a faction, Carrion could thrive. So you could certainly do that. But I don't think there's any weaknesses that need to be covered up with Carrion. I just think have him be a wrecking ball. Have him be someone that's like, you know, someone does an open challenge and it's answered by Carrion. I would want that person to be like, this is not who I wanted. You know, it's a problem. That kind of a thing, you know. A little bit like if flipping Brock Lesnar's music hit and you'd be like, Jesus Christ, I did not want this person. I mean, obviously, Brock's a whole different level. I'm not saying Carrion's on a Brock level, but what I am saying is that you could really build Carrion to that, you know, the reaction of the babyface when Carrion answers. Carrion comes down Scarlet with the timer and everything. There's so much there, isn't there, that you can work with. I don't think you need to hide anything. I don't think you need to hide any deficiencies. So I've got all the time in the world for Carrion, and I really hope this is going to be the start of a really good 2025 for him.
Nick the Train Guy. Daze, if Heyman does create a new dangerous alliance, I think Lexis King would be a good addition, as his dad was in the OG version of the group, and it could be a great way to remember his dad's legacy.
Yeah. Maybe. I'm not crazy about it, to be honest, because I wouldn't do it just because of his dad. I think you've got to stand on your own 2 feet. I think Lexis King is someone that's still sort of finding his feet, to be honest with you. I don't look at Lexis King as someone that's like main roster ready yet. I think he would say as well himself, he's really kind of made a lot of improvements since he came over from AEW, where, you know, he's kind of embraced this Lexis King character. But what I'm not seeing out of Lexis King are like banging matches. His promos are fine. They're good. I mean, I see him as like this really solid performer that's not spectacular. And I feel like there's just more work to be done with Lexis King. I actually don't know what level he's going to get to. I could see, hopefully, if he continues to improve, him getting to a good level, a really good level. But I don't see him being there yet. So that's why I would have him quite far down the list of people I'd put in the group. I'd definitely be looking at like a Theory before him. Or even, I think an Ethan Page is further along as well. So I see the vision. I understand, but I wouldn't do anything just for nostalgia's sake in that regard. I think he's a very different person to his dad. I think as well, he was kind of, when he joined WWE, he was undercooked. I don't think he'd had a great deal of like TV time with AEW. He wasn't like an Ethan Page that's got all this previous experience, that was coming in, that was, you know, ready to go, just needing the opportunity. I think there was some development work that was needed with Lexus King. And actually, there was a little bit of a backlash to him when we first saw him. But I think he's kind of found a bit of a groove now. It's an interesting one, Alexis King. It's an interesting conversation. Lots of differing opinions around when it comes to him. I definitely think there's a talent there.
Fiendish howdy. Is there a draft? I heard there is one after Backlash. Not sure, though.
Yeah, there's meant to be a draft. I've not heard a date for it, but nothing's been announced. I mean, Backlash is, 10 days, less than 2 weeks away. I think actually this weekend I might even have to do my prediction video. So, you know, because of WrestleMania being later this year, it means that Backlash is closer. So I think it is all eyes on Backlash. And then once we're past that, I don't think there's anything confirmed, but I think there's people thinking that, yes, we should get a draft at that point. But I've not seen anything confirmed.
Tommy Natal. My kids and I are from New Jersey and love your channel. Does Seth go for a world title? Does he even need it now?
Tommy, shout out to you. Shout out to your kids as well. Hope you're all doing well. Does Seth go for a world title? Oh, yeah. I think he would go for the WWE Championship. And I do think he needs it, actually, because Seth, to me, is a step below Roman. If you look at how many people Google search Roman compared to Seth, or how much merch Roman sells compared to Seth, I think this is WWE's play at Seth now being the guy. I think they are looking at Cena being done at the end of the year. They're looking at Roman working a reduced schedule. Cody is obviously around and the big baby face. But I think they are looking now at Seth being elevated as that big heel. The big heel character. We are building to Seth Cody. I would not be shocked if that is WrestleMania next year, Seth versus Cody. And, I don't know if the WWE Championship would be involved, but this is Seth's play at being the guy. This is the move. You don't put Paul Heyman with Seth Rollins and not have him go to the very, very top. So, and I do think he needs it, actually, because I associate Seth with the World Heavyweight Championship. He's someone that can compete for the WWE Championship. He can even win it, but how long would he hold it? I don't think very long. But now that he's got Heyman, he's got Bron Breakker, there's all this momentum, there's all this intrigue about a potential third person. I mean, they are clearly investing in Bron. A lot of people are comparing this to maybe like an Evolution, which would put Seth in that kind of Triple H role, which is a big comparison. Big comparison. I sort of feel like Seth had all this momentum and success, and I sort of feel like he was arguably not too far away from Roman in like 2015, 2016. But then Roman just kept headlining WrestleMania after WrestleMania after WrestleMania. And, Vince kept pushing Roman, trying to get Roman to be the guy. Fans didn't accept him, but then we hit pandemic. Roman came back. We did the Bloodline story, and Roman just went off. The Bloodline story just elevated him to not the next level, or about 5 levels. And so this, I think, is the play to get Seth to that sort of level. Again, Heyman, that is very, very powerful, putting Heyman with him. Very, very powerful. So, Tommy, shout out to you. Shout out to the kids as well. Tree Man said Cross is going to be the leader of the Heyman guys. He might join them. I don't think he'll be the leader. I think that this group is Seth. And I think this is Seth going to that next level. I think this is Seth. I don't see Seth taking orders from Carrion. I think this is going to be Seth running the plays. This is Seth being the tribal chief. Not totally, but, you know, in that sort of role of being the leader, of being the guy that will go for the WWE Championship, run the plays, be the quarterback. If we bring someone in, I think it would be like an Ethan Page. It would be an Austin Theory. It may be a Karrion Kross, but I would expect him to be standing in the background along with Bron Breakker. Until eventually they turn on Seth, which I would imagine will be down the road, of course. Any faction normally splits, normally feuds. Same with tag teams as well. Normally split, normally feud. So I'm sure this faction will be no different, but yeah, I think they'll be around for a little while. Milo said, just want to say thanks for the channel. Well, Milo, the channel just wants to say thanks for joining. Really appreciate it. Appreciate all the questions and whatever. Again, I have to stress this because there's new people that watch all the time. We do not have the answers. We do not claim to have the answers. We just talk about wrestling. We try and put some pieces together. We try and see what they're trying to do, where they're trying to go, what the rumor mill is saying. And we just kind of chuck a few thoughts around, really. So nothing that's said here is like, oh, guys, yeah, I know this is what's happening. It's just a conversation. But yeah, it's obviously really interesting to know kind of what the community is thinking, what kind of thoughts the community has, what theories the community has, what the community is seeing in regards to where things are going. And that's why I love doing those 2 hours before. We could just start when the show starts, but I wouldn't want to do that. I like being here with you guys and kind of having those conversations. But we now dial into the show. I can see we got a few more thoughts that we need to get to. We will get to those thoughts. But let's just see where... Are we in the T-Mobile Arena again? Is this in Las Vegas? Where are we? T-Mobile Center. Well, I'm guessing... Okay, there's Raw. There is Nick Aldis. Yeah, where are we? Missouri. We're in Kansas. Oh, they've got a T-Mobile, have they? Rhea Ripley getting out of a lift. There was a chair in that lift. I don't know why. But there we go. Rhea Blummin' Ripley. There is Roxanne Perez. Roxanne swims with the sharks. There is American Made. Ivy Nile will be taking on Stephanie. Big cheer for Stephanie. Logan Paul, loud boos. The Maverick. With his prime drink in his hands. So he said there's something that he wants to say. Thank you, Michael Colesine. Gunther suspended. Why doesn't he just say what he wants to say now? Oh, we got some footage about what happened after Raw went off air last week. I took a wise man from Roman. Oof. What are we starting with? Are we going to start with this group? Because that's going to get a lot of people hyped if so. JPville said WWE needs to work on their out-of-ring storytelling, stage video packages, entrance video packages. All of that contributes, and that is storytelling. Yeah, there's a lot of people talking about the Trons and how the Trons are just nowhere near as exciting as they used to be, and I do agree with that. Now they're just horrible graphics, aren't they? Now they're just really basic. It's just the name of the person. When, you know, before it used to be like all footage. Back in the day of like some of them like previous like Stone Cold doing stunners or The Rock doing rock bottoms or whatever it might have been. Now it's literally just name, graphic, logo, something like that, you know. It's clearly a conscious decision. They clearly feel like that is the right thing to do, but I don't really feel like the fans feel that way. Like you say, the video packages, the entrance video packages, that all contributes. I agree with that. I agree. Nickname and flipping catchphrase and pose and like EO doing that. I mean, even things like that during the match. I mean, it all flipping contributes. So yeah, I agree. I mean, I think music is a big one as well. God, obviously that news coming through that UFC are now going to start using Def Rebel, which is horrifying. They don't even know yet. Those fans don't even know. They don't even know. Those poor fans. They think everything's going to be okay. They just don't know. I can't bring it to tell them. Right, here we go. We got a drone shots. Now, Seth has still got his same music, you know. And he's still wearing wacky clothes. This I like Bron in a suit. It's like Heyman has left the tribal chief to join up with just a wacky clown. Like I feel like there is work that needs to be done here. There is work that needs to be done. If he's going to keep wearing stuff like that, okay. But yeah, a lot of questions need answering, says Mike. Look at this ring as well. All these logos all over it now. Do you remember when it was just a Prime bottle in the middle of the ring? Now we got Snickers and flipping everything. They just put one logo in at the start and they just... Oh, God. It's one of those, you give them an inch, they take a mile. Right, it's going to be very interesting, isn't it? Let's see what's going to be said. Stupid ring. Seth Rollins. The crowd are still singing Seth's song. Those glasses are insane, aren't they? They've got like eyes in front of his eyes. How does he... Oh, the eyes have actually got, like, the middle part cut out. Welcome to Monday Night Rollins. These glasses are insane. I thought he was going to take them off, but I think I'm going to have to listen to a promo whilst he's wearing... Seth, it's really hard to take you seriously, mate. I have no idea what he just said because I can't get past the glasses. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God. Heyman takes them like he used to take the Una Fala. So we're going to find out why you joined up with Bron. There's no change in his entrance music. There's no change in his outfit. And that is definitely going to spark conversation. I think a lot of people felt that Seth needed to evolve this character. All right. So he's saying, I know that some of you want to support CM Punk. I know some of you want to keep acknowledging Roman. OTC chants as a result of that. Yeah. Okay, let's go. Has this future got a name? The future is Seth. Freaking Rollins. Goods. Okay. Sami Zayn comes out. Sami Zayn. This is quite interesting. Could he be the third man? Could he reveal himself to be the third man? I would not hate that. I'm not looking for him to be a heel. But this would be a big group for him to join. Sami, I think you could be the third man in this group. Last week you seemed to act a little like a heel. Sami Zayn in the ring. Welcome back. Oh, Monday Night Raw. Yeah. Long time. Tell you to your face. This. Oof. Oof. You was talking about Punk, you was talking about Roman, but the one thing they've got in common is standing on your shoulder now. Maybe you're just jealous. Maybe you didn't hate them for the reasons you said you hated them. Maybe you were just jealous. Good point there by Sammy. Funny how this vision of the future has to revolve around you. You're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite. You got your wise man over there and you got your little dog over there. Yeah, go on, Sammy. Threatened to kick in Bron Breaker's face. Sami Zayn is bigger than Bron Breakker. Can we just acknowledge this? Look, Sami Zayn's taller. Sammy would murk Bron Breakker. It'd mess him up. Look at Heyman. Heyman's Heyman's like rubbing the back of Bron Breakker, trying to calm him down. Is that what Heyman's going to do going forwards? Every time someone's going to say something that might wind up Bron Breakker, he's going to have to try and like calm him down. Even the crowd were laughing for a moment then. We can find a solution, says Seth. You can pull some strings. We can get you off of Monday Night Raw. It's not a threat. You're clearly not going to buy in, so maybe we can cash you out. It's an offer. It's a favor. It's very interesting. I like this. I'm sort of lost in it. It's a story in it. Sammy staring at Bron. We're going to need to know by the end of the night. Are you buying in or are you cashing out? There we go. Bron Breakker looking at Sammy. Bron Breakker having a few words there with Sammy. Get out of the ring, little one. Yeah. Sammy just murked them all. Let's go. Let's flipping go. Right, we are about to go over to our first match, I would imagine. I didn't mind that. What did you think about that? I didn't mind that. An enjoyable opening, said Jay. A decent segment, said Muggsy. I have just been setting up for Raw. I got to go catering with Kofi and Paul Heyman. Chiefs Kingdom, shout out to you, buds. Highlight of the night. Bit early for highlight of the night, isn't it? Was it? What was it when Seth came down? What's our highlight of the night so far? Highlight of the night. Carla.
Daze, darling, how come you're so handsome?
I think you'll find, Carla, that 99.9% of wrestling fans are. I think it's genuinely well accepted that wrestling fans are cute AF. So I don't think there should be any surprise there, to be honest. It's just the amazing genetics that the wrestling fan base possesses. And it's where a lot of hotties live, isn't it? Just look around this community. Tripping over hotties. Tripping over baddies, as they like to say in this day and age. You might not have heard that saying before. It is what the youth tend to say, but what with being part of the youth myself, it is a term that I use on a regular basis. So shout out to all the baddies out there. Shout out to all the baddies. George, shout out to you, my friend.
George Mann, member, £49.99.
Ooh.
Just before air we start, I just want to say a genuine thank you to you and this community. I'm bad at social cues and didn't know you were joking early. I actually felt bad. You make me laugh so much. Thank you.
I actually wasn't joking. I was actually very offended. That is a joke. One thing you need to know about British people is literally everything we say is sarcastic. We don't really mean, I would say, at least 120% of what we say. So it's just part of, I don't know, it's part of our culture. So, yeah, George, shout out to you, my friend. I really appreciate the support. You didn't need to be that generous and that kind. But yeah, no, look, just a bit of bants. And I think the community is, I would like to think, a great place to just hang. I mean, obviously, I'm just talking a lot. And when I jump in the chat, you see the comments I see. But the fact that I can just pull out such random comments, I don't ever pre-read anything. And, you know, we're not getting, like, grief and all that sort of stuff. So I'd like to think the vibe is a good vibe. So, yeah. George, shout out to you, my friend. You've made me... Well, I thought you had. I don't think you have, actually. I was going to say you made me feel a little bad when you said that you genuinely thought that I was being a bit off with you earlier. And I did feel a little something inside there. Like regret or something, but it very quickly went away. So I felt something. There was something that was like, oh no, that's but I moved on. So George, you made me feel something with that comment. I can't quite put into words what it was, but there was something that happened. So shout out to you. The Ring General. Let's see what the Ring General is saying. As Rhea is in the ring and she is swinging a jacket around. Oh my God, look at her. She's getting all sexy. She just took her jacket off and swung it around and was like, ah. Here's Roxanne. Right, the Ring General.
The Ring General. Rollins plus Breaker plus Heyman plus Theory, Melo.
Yeah, Rollins, Bron, Heyman. There definitely does feel like room for at least one more. I don't know that we are going to get that anytime soon. I still think there's a chance for Sammy. You could do a whole thing where Sammy resists it and turns it all down, only to then, you know, make his presence felt during that tag match, you know? Sammy comes down, you think he's going to help Roman and Punk, but actually he ends up costing them, and then it's revealed he's the third man. I don't think you can rule Sammy out. I don't think you can rule Theory out. I like Theory in that role. It's actually something they tried to do about 5 years ago. Do you remember when Seth was the Monday Night Messiah? He actually had a couple of disciples. I believe Theory was one of those disciples. So we have actually tried the Seth and Theory faction union in the past. So we could absolutely go back to that. Carmelo, I think, is over on SmackDown. Of course, we could always move him over, so that it's not impossible. It's not impossible, but yeah, I'd probably have a couple of other people ahead of him in the list. The ring general also said Bron Blazer. Looking sharp. Bron Blazer. Okay, we are underway. Rhea Ripley against Roxanne Perez. And if you have been watching NXT, you'll know how good Roxanne is. She is a very, very talented performer. And she's about to get into the ring after just jumping out. Again, getting out of the ring. She grabs her jacket, throws it at Rhea. Roxanne gets in the ring, chop block, takes the legs away from underneath Rhea. Sammy says, no, a new member revealed tonight. We will get Sammy, Punk, Roman against Seth, Bron, and Mystery Person, said Macca Rice. Unless Sammy joins, and then we would get Sammy, Seth, Bron against Jay, Punk, and Roman at Backlash. All of those feel possible. Yeah. All of those feel possible. We were not talking about Sammy being involved in this story, but yes, all of those feel like directions we could go. Right now, she's got Roxanne up in a bit of a razor's edge. No joy. Roxanne down against the rope, stuck underneath over the other side. Goes up, trying to get a bulldog, can't get it. Gets Rhea over, trying to grab the legs. Kick coming in. And again, she's done well to get Rhea down. Rhea kicking Roxanne back. Roxanne goes back to the corner. Kick coming in there by Roxanne. She goes over, drop kick, and Rhea goes to the outsides. Roxanne in the middle of the ring, looking over at Rhea. Roxanne going against the ropes. Through the ropes, gets caught. She's going to go in the barricades. In the ring post, barricades. Oh! Roxanne Perez hurled into the barricades. Into the barricades. Right now, picking her up again, and she's thrown on top of the barricades. So right now, Rhea Ripley is very much in control. Hasib, shout out to you, buds.
Hazib Hassan. Daze, this group, I'm guessing, is going to be a thing for a good few years just from that one segment. I feel Paul going to be wasted, just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, I would agree. I agree. I think this is a long-term thing.
Nick the Train Guy. Member. I am going to say something a bit controversial, but I don't think Roxanne is that good as a wrestler. She can talk very well, but I don't rate her as a wrestler. I prefer Fallon and Tatum to Roxanne.
Okay. I like controversial takes. So I'm here for that. Ronnie, shout out to you. Let's see what Ronnie has got to say as Roxanne goes against the ropes on her feet, looking for Russian leg sweep. Couldn't get it, though. Duck it. Oh, she didn't duck. She got clotheslined by Rhea. Roxanne down.
Ronnie Frodex 401. Daze, do you think Seth and Roman's success is tied for life being Shield mates? As much success as Roman has, eventually you have to elevate Seth.
Well, I think they are tied for life, yes. I think whenever you speak about Roman, you'll speak about Bloodline, you'll speak about Shield, and one of the first people you'll think about is Seth Rollins. I sort of feel like Seth, it's a lazy comparison, but I sort of feel like Seth is the macho man to Roman's Hogan. And we've seen that, you know? So, like throughout the years, you do always have that kind of baby face that's in that kind of number 2 position. And I think even Seth has made like very similar comment, saying that he knows that he's kind of in that spot. So, you know, it's nothing like bad. It's nothing. It's frustrating to be that close and not to be the man. And I think it's extra frustrating for Seth because, of course, you know, Cody's come in and Cody's kind of took that spot. You know, that's the spot that really, if Cody had not come back, would Seth have been in that position? Maybe it would have been Punk. But the thing is, Seth's been here all throughout. And so you can understand him, you know, probably being a little bit off with Triple H and whatever, like wanting to be used a bit better than he has been. Because he has been second fiddle to the Bloodline and Roman. You know, look at the amount of pay-per-views that Seth has headlined over the past 5 years compared to Roman Reigns. And, you know, Seth's been around that World Heavyweight Championship, which was just created a couple of years ago out of thin air. Whereas Roman's around the WWE Championship. The lineage goes back to the 60s. That is the belt. That's the belt that Cody's obviously just had. That's the belt Cena's got now. Like, there's no denying the WWE Championship is the belt. So, yeah, I think there is a play here to get Seth to be the guy. Whilst Roman's not around. And I could see him, like, you know, succeeding. And then, of course, you'll have, like, CM Punk chasing after him. You'll have Cody chasing after him. Maybe Drew, but Drew will probably be a heel. But, yeah, you know, it kind of sets up some... you can see the vision for the next few years, actually. I think what Seth said, I mean, I really wanted to believe what Seth said. He said, didn't he, that whoever wins that match on night one is going to dictate the foreseeable future, like where we go next. And I remember saying, like, I really want to believe that's true. And actually, with the stuff that's happened since, it could be true. It could be true. Seth winning that match and aligning with Heyman, it could be true that it does really set up the next few years. Right now, Roxanne has got Rhea. It's been a good little contest, this. We are at commercial break at the moment, though. We're about to come back after 20-odd seconds. It's just been a lot of mat-based stuff. Rhea is sort of down in the corner. Uppercut coming in there by Roxanne. She rolls back. Going over. Another uppercut coming in there by Roxanne as Rhea slumps down. Roxanne against the ropes. Lovely drop kick. Lovely work. And I think we should be coming back from commercial break right now. And right now we are going back to the action as Roxanne is once again back in control. So Roxanne, once again, back in control. Adam, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Sending in a yum sticker. I think that's probably in response to how fit we all are. And I do agree with that. 9.holiday. See what 9.holiday's saying.
9.xholiday 4. Tony D is the finances to this Rollins group.
Tony D'Angelo will come in, you think? Just had a lovely springboard moonsault by Roxanne. They just showed a replay of that. Right now, we've got Rhea and Roxanne in the middle of the ring. Lovely submission hold being applied. But it's a really interesting submission hold. It's been broken, though. Right now, she's grabbing the leg. Trying to step through. Asuka, Roxanne, saying to the ref to ask Rhea. Rhea kicking out there at Roxanne. And again, Roxanne goes down. Roxanne again still working on Rhea's leg, but she keeps getting knocked back. Another big kick. Roxanne goes down over in the corner. She's trying to come over. Kick coming in. Big kick. Right now, duck underneath. Clothesline. Down goes Roxanne. And again. Roxanne right up. Spun around. Kick coming into the midsection. I don't know if that just went a little bit astray. Roxanne up on the shoulders. In like a razor's edge move. Bah! She got it as well. And a kick. Roxanne down. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Wow. I thought she was putting her away there. She just hurled Roxanne down. Razor's edge. Big boots. But couldn't put Roxanne away. Roxanne is down. Rhea trying to get back up to her feet. Referee right there. Roxanne still down. So Michael Cole just pointing out that Rhea's leg has took a lot of damage. And Michael Cole's like, this is important. This is going to be a big focus in this match. Here's Julia. Julia making her way down to the ring. Well, Michael calls her an NXT superstar, but there are lots of rumors that she is called up now. 1, 2. No joy. Going round, trying to plant Rhea. Rhea planted. Going over. Look at that. Knees to the back of the head. That's lovely. 1, 2. Shoulder up. So Roxanne has come down. Julia's come down. But he did still refer to her as an NXT talent. Slap coming in. Slap coming back. Kick coming into the midsection. Going over, looking for Pop Rocks. Can't get it. No joy. Big knee. It's a fun little contest, this, you know. It's a really fun little contest. Julia on the outside. Looking over at Rhea. Rhea grabbing a hold of Julia. Roxanne trying to roll her up. Headbutt coming in. And that might do it. That might be the Riptides. She's going to get the Riptide. Oh, Julia. Chop block. Julia getting involved again. Loud boos for Julia as they are now attacking Rhea Ripley. Yeah, here we go. Io is going to make the save. It did feel like someone was going to come down. Oh, open palm strike to Julia. Look at this. Io and Julia. Mate, that would be such a dream match on the main roster. Oh, mate. Flipping love it. Let's go. Charging over, she gets put to the outside there by Roxanne. Mate, I'd take Roxanne Io as well. Ah, she was trying to springboard, but she got caught. Now she's getting beaten down. I don't know where Rhea is. Don't know if Rhea can come and make a save. So exciting, though, at the moment. Yeah, Rhea's back in. So exciting. Oh, she almost got Julia's hair. Almost got Julia's hair. Yeah, the women's division on Raw is so exciting. And obviously plenty of rumours that Julia and Roxanne have been called up. Roxanne, I don't think, is a big surprise. We expected that. Julia is a surprise. Thought they would keep her a little bit longer in NXT, but yeah, really good. Really captivating. I think I would have liked a finish to that match, though, but, you know, it is what it is. Oh, so he told Dom and he thought that that message had been passed to Finn, but it wasn't. I would say no, Liv, to be honest. Oh, God, he doesn't even know about the match. They're having a match and Finn didn't even know. Can we please keep me in the loop around here, says Finn. They kind of spoke a little bit over him. Did he say perhaps Carlito should be a champion too? There's Logan. Logan Paul is here and lots of boos, so we can all go. Is AEW on? We could probably watch a bit of AEW, couldn't we? Don't know if they're on right now. Your tribal chief.
Your tribal chief. Off to a bloody great start in it. Cheerio, mate.
Bloody great start. Yeah, it has been a really solid start. We need to put a poll up, don't we, for that match? Let's do that. We've got A-Town Down Under. They're just being interviewed by Jackie. Things haven't been the best for us. Okay, he's talking about Kansas City barbecue. Okay. Grayson said that he's excited to be in Kansas so he can celebrate Philadelphia winning the Super Bowl. Cheap heat. All right. A-Town Down Under are in action next week. Next week, it's going to be Grayson Waller in singles action. Theory's not thrilled about that. Go Birds. Theory walks away. Theory was not pleased at that news. So Grayson said he went in to speak to Aldis about getting A-Town Down Under a match. Conversation moved on and now he's got a singles match. But Theory was not thrilled about that. Not thrilled about that. Okay, here is Logan. What's going to be said here? Do we care?
Hannah WWE Daze. If you had to pick a famous Tony from the wrestling world to spend the whole day with, who would it be? Tony Garea, Tony Khan, Tony D'Angelo, Tony Atlas.
That is the easiest question I've ever been asked. There is no other correct answer than Tony Storm, is there? If you could spend the whole day with a famous Tony in wrestling, it's going to be Tony Storm. Endlessly entertaining. Very attractive lady. Endlessly entertaining. What a day. She'd hate it, but I'd have a great time.
Bronny FN. I remember when Raw's Women Divison was solely just featuring Rhea and Liv at the top of the card. Adding Roxanne, Julia, and pushing Io in the main event scene has been brilliant.
I agree. And that story wasn't, might be now, but wasn't around the title. So, you know, it was a case that we had Rhea and we had Roxanne. Julia came down. Until Io got involved, we actually had like a story going that had nothing to do with the belt. I know that people, the women have said they want secondary stories. Obviously, Becky and Lyra is going to be that as well. But it would be nice to see a women's story that's got nothing to do with the championship as well. But it seems like we have put Io in with this now. But yeah, we're in a better place than we were, definitely. Okay, here's Logan. Green3R said, what's your favourite pay-per-view of all time? I don't really have one, to be honest with you. I mean, I feel like WrestleMania is obviously the go-to. I think that 17 and 19 are the best two. So it may be one of those, but I don't know. If I only kept watching those, I might find myself getting bored. There's so many that are enjoyable to go back to. We've been going back quite a bit recently because of WWE Vaults. And hopefully if they do another watch-along on Sunday, I'll do the watch-along for that as well. So, yeah, if I had to boil it down, it could be a Rumble, But if it was to be a WrestleMania, it might be something like either 17 or 19. Logan is in the ring. I had 7. He's calling out Jay. I've done everything at Jay. Oh my God, we're all a Jey Uso fan now. All of those people that were not into Jey Uso. Jay not coming through the crowds. Now that he's a champion, he's no longer a man of the people. Coming actually out the entranceway. I wonder if WWE have heard the concerns of the really long entrance. So yeah, Jay not coming through the crowd, coming out the entranceway. Oh, look at that. Yeet. Oh my God. Did you see? Oh, look at that kid's face. He's got a sign that says yeet for cancer. Has there ever been a more deserved offering of an item from a WWE superstar? I mean, that kid, his face just lit up. Absolutely lit up. And he's got his sign and everything, and oh, I'm thrilled for him. I'm thrilled for him. He was so happy. I've never been that happy in my life. I'll tell you what, I'll be that happy if Jay can beat Logan, because I don't want Logan as world champion. I can tell you that much. You think, after 15 years... Yeah? You think I'm going to hand this over to a punk-ass YouTuber? Yeah, tell him. Stupid YouTubers. Coming in here. Ruining this business. I watched Gunther beat my twin. Okay, that's good. There's a fire in me that's never going out. This title's not given. It's earned. Lovely energy. Lovely energy. 4 letters, 1 word. Yeets. I've done more in 4 years than you've done in 15, says Logan. It is true. Crypto scams. Trying to poison children. You're going to crash out, screw up, and lose that title. I feel pretty good that he's not going to drop the belt to Logan. The only problem is they might do it at some point, you know. Boom, super kick, Logan down. Yeah, good. Michael Cole says, where do we sign up for Logan Paul against, what did he give him there? Ah, look, the kid's even got a winged eagle. Jesus, this kid is the best. He doesn't even want the belt that Sir Jay's got. He wants the winged eagle. He's the best. It's like, I like Jey Uso, but real recognizes real. Thank you very much. If I'm gonna get a replica, it's gonna be the winged eagle. I hope Jay wins. I hope it wasn't so that he lost to Logan. Trolling at its best. Come on, Logan. Beat his... Said, it's me, not you. What, you want Logan to win, do you? It's me, not you. A Logan fan? Welcome. Jennifer said, I'm wondering if they bring the crypto prime poison in. Can't go to Japan eventually. I don't think that'll come up in promos. New Day are making their way out. Yeah, I don't think Logan would appreciate if that actually got brought up in promo. Jordan said Logan can go back and do boxing, and Yeats, you don't deserve to be world champion. Oh, Jordan struggling with this match completely. doesn't want either to win. Who wins out of Jay or Logan? Some people out there just hoping that a black hole appears and both get sucked in. Doreen General said, I tried Prime once and I yeeted. Mackenzie said, Jay, the Hitman, Uso. Yeah, giving the glasses out. That was lovely, that was. Proctor Dill, shout out to you. See what the Proctor has got to say.
Proctor Dill, member,
Proctor
$4
Dill.
US and 99 cents. My new adult novel, Judgment Daze, is out, about Daze's attempt to join JD by seducing each male member and taking their finishes over and over.
It sounds like a good read, honestly. It sounds like a good read. Proctor Dill, shout out to you, my friend. Here's Green.
Green 3R 666. Member, $2 Canadian and 79 cents. If you could hold a sign on Raw, what would it say?
Yeah, I've been asked about stuff like that before. I honestly, I don't know. I've never really given it thought, but I always give the same answer of I do like those signs that are not just cheering for a wrestler. You know, I love the guy behind me can't see sign. You know, I think those kind of signs are really clever. So it would probably be something along those lines. I would want something that was clever. It wouldn't just be flipping sign for Rhea Ripley or something like that. I mean, I get why people do that, but yeah, I do like those kind of the guy behind me can't see stuff. But that one's been done, hasn't it? That one's been done. So I would have to try and think of something else. So not sure. Any suggestions for a clever sign? Mackenzie said, I would love to have Bruno's belts. Do you know, I've never seen a replica. Well, you can get replicas. I've actually still got my one down here from the other day. I've got a replica of the first WWE Championship. And unfortunately, I got it down to show on a member stream. And it turns out all the glue is starting to come off because it's a cheap, unofficial replica. But I do have a replica of... Look at that. That is the first ever WWE Championship belt. That is what it looked like. The one that John Cena has got now, that's what it looked like in 1963. WWE have never made a replica of this. I don't know why. I'd be all over it if they did. But now look at this bit on the belt. That's all glue that's kind of coming through and that's flopping off. I have had it a few years. I've not done anything with it. It's literally just been on a shelf. But I got it down to show the other day, and I didn't realise that all the glue had kind of started to seep through. So I don't mind, to be honest. It doesn't really bother me because the belt is a battered belt. You know, it was a belt that was kind of really chucked around back in the day. So it's not a belt that needs to look pristine. It's not a belt that needs to, if it is kind of falling apart a little bit, it makes it a bit more authentic. So, but yeah, I'd love for WWE to make that as like a proper replica. But for some reason, they never have. But you can get it now as a Mattel figure. You can actually get that now as a... You can get that now with the Bruno figure. They showed it off WrestleMania week or weekend. You get a Bruno that comes with that belt in a little Mattel form. But yeah, the Bruno belt that came after that was blue, and it has like quite a rectangle main plate. I don't think I've ever seen them make that. I've never seen Mattel make it either, but I'm sure they'll get to it. Mackenzie, shout out to you. Yeah, I still had that down there from yesterday's member stream because I didn't get a chance to put that back because it's got flipping glue on it. Kicks coming in by JD. Right, we are underway with match number 2, and this is Judgment Day versus War Raiders. Let's go. Black Cavities said Raw needed Fraxia more than SmackDown did. The Raw tag division needs more good teams. SmackDown is stacked. I guess the draft could resolve it. That's true. Frankie said just re-glue it. Yeah. To be honest, the belt is all fine. It is just that bit is coming off, so I could re-glue that. It's not even that important. I don't even know why it's there, really. I suppose it's just to make it a bit more comfortable if you wear it, but I never wear it. I don't run around the house pretending I'm Buddy Rogers. Down goes Finn, so War Raiders looking pretty good here. Let's end the poll for that first match. That was Rhea against Roxanne. Shame that it didn't get a better finish. It's come out as good 97. I think that would have been a much higher score, or I think we could have snuck into great if it had actually had a conclusive finish. Yeah, quite close between good and great, wasn't it? Great 38, good 46. Okay, then we're going to get Judgment Day against War Raiders. That's what we've got right now. We're almost an hour into the show already, you know. Almost an hour into the show. Raw is War Raiders, said A. Jobson. Austin said if Triple H was smart, he would do Ivar Kofi again. That was a banger, wasn't it? That was a low-key banger. Macca said, did you see the news that Liv is in for something big in the coming weeks? Could that be a Wyatt feuds? I mean, it could be, but it might not. It might not be as well. So, yeah, there's a chance. I'm still hopeful that we get the Wyatt 6 this week. Tristan said there was a glitch on screen behind Logan in the hallway. I saw it say LEXA on it. Okay. Feel free to send me a screenshot. Over into the barricades. Right now we've got JD getting thrown in the ring. We are at commercial break. A. Jobson said, Logan's only in WWE because of social media. The guy is mid. If he was just another wrestler, he'd be wrestling in front of 500,000 viewers on TNT. Carla said, is JD the one that got hurt on the commentary table? Yes, he only came back last week. Opala said, do we think Sammy is a future Hall of Famer? I think it depends how the rest of his career goes. He's someone that's actually had a lot of presence on the show. I think he's been on the main roster a good 10 years. So I think from a longevity point of view, he may tick the box. He headlined WrestleMania along with Kevin Owens. He headlined at Elimination Chamber as well. But it is true that he doesn't have a Rumble win. He doesn't have a world title win. That's the big box that needs to be ticked. I think if he got a world title, I think that would put him into the Hall of Fame, guaranteed. But at the moment, he's not had that. So I think there is still like question marks around. I mean, of course, for me, I would say yes. Because I would say from a longevity point of view, he qualifies. I think if you are a consistent performer that's on TV for 10 years on the main roster, And I can't remember if it was 2015, 2016 that he first came up, but yeah. I would say that he's done a lot. He's had a lot of, and being a part of the bloodline as well. I mean, we say that that's one of the biggest stories, if not the biggest story. And he was a key part of that when he came in. He really took it to a whole new level. The whole Usi thing, honorary use, and the T-shirt, and the trial of Sammy, and hitting Roman with the chair, jaywalking. I mean, Sammy contributed so much to that. I would say yes. Some may say no. I think a world title would cement it, would guarantee it. Right now, we've got a stretch being applied by Finn. Danny said, I think Bloodline goes in, so Sammy would go in with them. Yeah, that's interesting. Would the Bloodline go in? I suppose they could, couldn't they? And surely if they go in, Sammy goes in with them. Yeah, you could be correct there. Of course he goes in. If Coco Beware and Typhoon are in, then the bar is pretty low, says Brian. That is also true. Hannah said, Daze, with still talks about Wyatt Six and no sign of them, would we be surprised if we don't see them for another full year? I would be surprised. I would be very surprised. Sean said, commentary of New Day is amazing. I love heel New Day. Todd said, Daze, if we didn't know, some AEW shows have now upgraded their barricade with LED screens like Raw or SmackDown. Was it their idea to steal it? Well, yeah, I mean, absolutely they might have stolen that. I don't blame them for that, though. I'm sure the fans will be looking at it saying you've just stole that from WWE, but I actually think part of the problem of AEW was that they weren't. They were trying to go a different direction to WWE. They were trying to be wrestling, and they were trying to make out that WWE was just more sports entertainment. So it's very interesting that if they are now leaning a little more into sports entertainment, you know, like screens to make entrances bigger, and, you know, they're looking at bigger entrances as a result. Like, that's a sports entertainment thing. That's something which I don't think AEW was really, like, massively into at the start. You have to have an entrance, you have to have music, you have to have graphics, but, you know, for them, it's about when the bell rings. It's about putting on a great in-ring product. So if they're kind of turning up a little bit of the garnish, if they're turning up the volume, I would say that's the right thing to do. I would say that's the right thing to do. So, yeah, they may have copied WWE. I wouldn't blame them for doing it. I think it's the right thing to do. There's a bit of blood there on the arm of Ivar. Moonsault as Finn Balor moved out the way, but I think Ivar's kind of put himself through the ropes a little bit, through the ringer a little bit. Right now, we've got Finn Balor trying to get over, trying to make the tag. Trying to come over, running up, boom, big shot. Wow, it went flying. Top rope pulled down, Ivar goes to the outsides. JD goes up, to the outside, crashes down. Oh, that's good by Xavier. Xavier said JD just wants these titles back so that they don't have to defend them for 70 days again. 1, 2, and a save. Big shot coming in there by Finn. JD looks great there with that moonsault to the outside. He's up right. He does it again in ring. Lovely work. I was kind of hoping for a bit more from JD rather than him just going back to being in this tag team. I feel like they've got a small window to capitalize on, you know, what happened. And it just feels like we're just really picking up where we left off. So that's a little disappointing. Right now we got Finn and JD thrown into each other. They go down. Get him in the ring, dummies. Get him in the ring, dummies. JD chucked back in. New Day. That's how you take it. Oh, instead, Finn gets thrown into the New Day. And then Ivar collides into him, so they all go down. Suzanne said Cyndi Lauper's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. So why isn't she in the WWE one? No idea. Can't answer it. Genuinely can't answer it. Makes no sense. I don't know if she's turned it down. I don't know if she's made some comments. I have no idea. She should absolutely be in. Having a celebrity wing and not having her in is just a disgrace. There's Penta. Penta knocks JD off the top rope. Tag being made between the War Raiders. They're coming over. JD is up. Against the ropes goes Ivar. Oh, they're gonna finish off Judgment Day here. 1, 2, 3, and there we go. War Raiders picking up the victory. And it's JD that gets pinned. It was outside interference by Penta. But there we go. War Raiders picking up the victory. So I wonder what is going to be next for Penta. Penta's going to be in a really weird position now, isn't he? Where I can't see him getting the title off Dominic anytime soon, so we need to get him into some sort of feud. It looks like Judgment Day might have an issue with Penta. New Day, War Raiders. That's going to be coming up again. Daze, it might be crazy, but could Finn be the third member of Heyman's group, said Tyler. Maybe. Hello, who's sitting down? Who's having a word? It's Heyman? Wow. Yeah, these two go back, don't they? Let's think about what you said about the bloodline. We're OG bloodline? This is very interesting. Wow. So Bron's demanded a match with Sammy. Bron's the key to our plans. He's offering you a pass. If you go to SmackDown, everyone wins. Accepts. Wow. Wow. If you go to SmackDown, you'll face the winner of John Randy. That's how much Seth thinks. That's a big offer, isn't it? Look at Paul. Excellent. Heyman just continues to deliver golds. There's Bron. Brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. 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 I really love that, because that is what makes stories. We've said so many times that going back through the show and going back and actually adding to the story, adding to the dilemma, it makes such a difference. It makes such a difference. We knew that Sami had a choice to make, but now that choice just became a little more complicated. And also, we just touched a little bit on the Sami-Paul relationship. And that just adds a bit more as well. I mean, it's so good. It's so good. Very good. That Heyman guy is good on the mic, said Opala. He's got a bright future. He has got a very bright future. Right, we just saw that Becky was making her way down, but we are just looking at a video package at the moment. I believe we're at commercial break. The man is looking lovely as ever, said Thomas. Let's go, Becky. Zach said, give me John Cena, Randy Orton. We're getting it. It's happening at Backlash. They've pulled a few strings, and Sami can have the winner. I mean, I expect him to turn that down, but I don't know quite why he would turn it down. I don't know why he would turn it down. There's not really a big reason for him to stay on Raw, is there? Why? What reason is there for him to really stay? I need to be at Raw because... What? What's the reason to stay? He could go to SmackDown and get a title opportunity. I mean, if he turns it down, is that him sort of doubting himself a little bit? To be honest, I wouldn't fancy Sami's chances against John or Randy. I don't know. This is very. I'm looking forward to seeing what gets set. I don't expect him to go, of course not. But how does it play out? Do a poll for Sami going to SmackDown. Okay, we can do that. See what people are thinking. 68 good, 19 great. Yeah, little bit of a step down there with that last match. Little bit of a step down. Will Sami go to SmackDown? Will he go to SmackDown? Nice and simple. Yes or no? Yes or no? NG, shout out to you, and LS Dub as well. Let's see what's being said.
Nenji. If Seth continues to laugh and dance, then ain't no freaking way he is the future. Because with Paul Heyman, you have to be serious, you can't be goofing around. LS Dub, remember, I love the concept of Sami versus John. I think that's where we end up. But I'd like to see the process of Paul pulling strings. Telling us he can is different than actually showing us how he does that.
Stub, shout out to you, NG. Yeah, I felt like Paul and Seth being together, I couldn't get it to work in my head. And what I'm seeing is what I saw in my head. And there is just a little barrier there. I'm not in love with this group. It's still very early. I do think that there's going to be many twists and turns. I think that there'll be another person that comes in. Maybe if there's a few of them in the back in suits all standing quite dignified and Seth is just being like wacky out in front and he's the leader and they allow him to be wacky because he's their leader. You know, I don't know. Maybe there could be maybe it could work, but I don't know. I saw Seth being wacky. I saw Heyman not being, and in my mind it didn't work. And I've got to say, I'm not crazy about the presentation, but it's very, very early. I'm certainly not like, I certainly don't feel like, oh, this sucks. It's not going to work. I feel like it could, but I feel like there does need to be progress and evolution. I'm sure it will. I'm sure we'll get it. Here's the man. Here is the man, Becky Lynch. Okay, she's going to talk about why she did what she did. She's going to talk about why she murked Lyra Valkyria. If they want us to think the group is serious, they've got to make Seth serious, says NG. JB said, I can't tell if Seth's group are being presented as heels or faces. I'm just not invested. I thought they were heels, but then when Seth was high-fiving fans during the entrance and hyping a sing-along, well, I think they're heels as well. But again, a bit of work to be done there. I feel like we're sort of in this weird situation, this weird place, you know, where it's all early and we're kind of working stuff out. So we'll see how it plays. Here's big time. Few cheers for Becky. Let's get down to business. Bayley was tragically taken out. I've reviewed the footage and we found the culprit. Right? Oh! Becky says she did it? She took out Bayley? Very passionate here by Becky. Why aren't I a bigger star? Wow. She just used that interview with Chris Van Vliet where Bayley was talking about what more am I meant to do? I don't feel like I'm on Becky and Charlotte's level. And Becky's like, well, if you want to see a bigger star, you only had to look at me walking down the ramp at WrestleMania. So Becky then turning her attention to Lyra. Okay. Oh. Wow. This time away has been fantastic for Becky. Becky's always been a good promo, but there's a real fire here with what she's saying. Here's Lyra. Do you know how many of those women warned me about you? Are you sure that they were talking about Becky and not Charlotte? Do you know how many women in there warned me about you? So Lyra said she had hopes. I see it now. Those are some serious boots that she's wearing. I'm going to make you pay for what you did to me and Bailey. I feel really sorry for Lyra here. She can't match the energy of Becky. Are you thinking about the last time we went one-on-one and I beat you? The man only fights when it matters, and it does not matter here in Kansas City. Lyra said, okay then, Backlash. I like that. I like Lyra cutting her off. Just as Becky was about to say, welcome to the big time, she told her to shut up. I'm going to be a better person, and I already know I'm a better wrestler. Lovely. Lovely work there by Lyra. I felt like Lyra was a bit too white meat babyface. She was a little bit too, I can't believe you did this, blah, 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 blah. Shots coming in there by Lyra. She's throwing in some forearm shots. Becky to the outside, but Lyra ending this promo exchange really well. I love the interruption. That drop kick was great as well. Becky running into the crowd, running away. Okay. That kick looked real, said Yamil. Rob said, my God, it's like two goats bleating back and forth. Someone should take Lyra out for saying Kansas. You ain't in that Kansas City. You never perform in KCKS. I don't even understand what that means. But I thought she did well at the back end. At the start, she was a little bit too... It was my dream to be with you. I can't believe I was so deluded, blah, 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 blah. But I like the interruption. I like the drop kick. I like her saying, I'll see you at Backlash. I like her saying, I'm a better person, but I'm going to show I'm a better wrestler as well. There's a lot there that I enjoyed, actually. She wants to be careful. Yeah, it was quite well. That was obvious. That was a bit obvious, wasn't it? The way the camera was. She wants to be careful standing there, turning at the crowd when we know that Becky is just backstage. So Lyra goes down after being attacked from behind. Here's Penta. Tranquilo, tranquilo. Tranquilo. Tonight, I won't fine you. Good news. Oh, right. Next week, Penta against J.D. McDonough. That match has been made. Oh, look at this. Chad has got his El Grande Americo numero uno shirt on. That's a great shirt. That's a really cool, like, retro, really old sort of wrestling style shirt. What is it, Zero Miedo? You losing wasn't my favorite part. It was watching your useless brother. Lucha Bros getting a mention. Mate, Penta is really dicing with death because he's going to be on the wrong side of El Grande now. There is Stephanie. Stephanie is spectacular, says Michael Cole. Well, lots of new faces. This is where it is very beneficial to be watching NXT. As Xander said, on top of that, Lyra is one of the best women's wrestlers in the world, arguably in the business, says Xander. Dash Kingdom said that was the promo I was waiting for from Lyra. She's been way too white meat babyface, but Lyra getting more animated was much needed. Brian said push Carrion, push JD. Max said, are they going to give Lyra that big win over Becky, or will they have Becky win the title? I would have to think Lyra would find a way of getting past Becky. I think Becky will get that title eventually. I don't know that it's going to be first time of asking. I don't think it's... I think like we need to keep building up Lyra. So I think that a win there would be big for Lyra and would really help her, the kind of perception of her and how good she is. But yeah, I mean, she's going to drop that belt eventually, and it could be to Becky. I don't know that it's Backlash, though. Be interested to know who the odds-on favourite will be for that. Chad Gable is in the ring whilst we're just at commercial break. Nathan, shout out to you. Let's see what Nathan is saying. Let's get Nathan's thoughts.
Nathan Troxell.
Go on, Nathan.
Daze, I wouldn't have Becky win right away. I would have her loose and have her so despondent and pushes her to the edge to join Seth.
I wouldn't have Becky win right away. I would have her lose, pushes her to join up with Seth. But I think if there is a woman that's going to join that group, I'd have to think Becky would be the front runner. Yes, so... yeah. Okay, so Chad says that Ivy is going to be the face of the women's division going forwards. So she is in the ring. It's going to be Stephanie against... this could really be a banger, actually. This could be really, really fun. I think they're probably going to be giving Stephanie the win. This is so hard, isn't it? Because you really do need Stephanie winning as well. They're really trying to build her up and hype her up. So I sort of feel like you need her winning, but you need Ivy winning as well. Like, I don't want to see American May become the new Alpha Academy. Okay, Phoenix.
Phoenix. I think Lyra and Becky needs to last till SummerSlam. So I would have Lyra win this first match and have a best of 3 series.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I don't have a problem with that. I think if you do this first match and Lyra gets it, it really shows that she is, in-ring wise, right up there with Becky. And that really helps. Ultimately, Becky can get the belt in there, you know, in a match, as you say, maybe SummerSlam or something like that. Becky can get it. I think Becky would want that women's Intercontinental. So, yeah, ultimately she can get it. But I would like to see Lyra get a win in this feud to really show that she's right there with Becky. We've got a Rusev video package. The Tank. I lost myself. He healed himself, redeemed himself. Wow. Had an epiphany. Wow. It's a very interesting angle. I will fix you like I fix myself. If you are someone not fulfilling your potential, then I will bring that potential out of you. He's kind of talking like he's here to help people, but I don't really get that vibe. He was talking about how he's not doing it now because he's being told to. He's doing it because he wants to. It's a very interesting promo. It's a very interesting angle. We definitely needed something different from Bulgarian Brute. We definitely needed something different from Rusev Day. I know Rusev Day was popular, but it had its time. I think they're right to go in a new direction. And I think that was a very interesting promo there. I still don't quite understand, though, because the way it's presented, it's very dark. But he's talking about trying to help people, like, reach their potential. But obviously doing it through a bad way. A way that's going to involve a lot of pain. So I think he's heel. But he's got a very interesting mission. He didn't talk about championships or anything like that. He was talking about going after people that were wasting their talents just like he had. Interesting. Interesting. Why is every heel trying to be a justifiable heel, said Brony. It's a Triple H thing, isn't it? He likes heels to have reasons. He's not a fan of like heels being heels just for the sake of being heels. He likes these heels to have reasons. And as Triple H has said in interviews, their reasons might be flawed. Their reasons, you might hear them and it might be like, well, that doesn't make sense. I don't agree with that. But at least there's a reason. So, yeah, that's very much what he's trying to achieve. Right, we are underway then with Stephanie against Ivy. This is match number 3. Right, will Sammy go to SmackDown? No, 58%. Yes, 41%. So, much closer than I thought. Probably looking about 60-40, that kind of ballpark. People are thinking he'll turn it down. Nice work there by Stephanie. Kick coming into the midsection. I wonder if we're really working with Stephanie here to make her a big star for that Triple A show. I wonder if this has actually got something to do with the Triple A show. I mean, it's obviously good to just build her up anyway. But with her being the NXT Women's Champion, I don't know that we're looking to really move her out of NXT right now. Against the ropes goes Ivy. Stephanie, middle of the ring. Round the houses goes Ivy. Stephanie goes down. She's back up. Back elbow. No joy. Against the ropes. Again, trying to take Ivy down. Rolls her up. That pin is so good where she rolls her up and then spins rounds. But it doesn't get the 3, does it? Which is really annoying. It's really annoying because if you pin someone, chances are you'll just get a 2 if you hook the leg. She's going that little bit further and she's not getting any benefit from it. Oh, she was going for the devil's kiss. Yeah, and Ivy's like, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Right now, she's pulling back on the arms. So there's a stretch being applied, but Stephanie rolls over. Oh, here it is. Devil's kiss is in. Oh, it does. You do need Booker, don't you, with the There is Stephanie. She knows that people enjoy that. That's what Booker does down in NXT. And I didn't realize how much we needed that. Right, we are at commercial break, and on NXT, we are just staying with the action on Netflix.
WWE Daze, do you still get ads for Raw? For some time, I wasn't getting ads, but now I see them as it started last Monday.
No, really, no. I don't get any ads. We don't even really cut away and go anywhere else. We just really stay with the action, to be honest with you. So, no, we just stay with it. I've still got the action right now. The action tends to slow a little bit, but that's okay. It's okay. As long as it doesn't completely die, I'm okay with the pace just dropping a little bit.
Matt Kemp, new member. Good evening. Daze, hope you are well, and
Hello.
all you awesome community members. Off topic, I know, but had a thought, what if Cena retires in deck with the title? We get end credits, then he gets cashed in on.
Yeah, we touched on it. Yeah, we spoke about it. We were talking about how we could try and set that up. So it would be very interesting. I think that if there is a Money in the Bank around, it might be a little bit obvious that they might try and do that. So we were trying to find ways of making it less obvious. But, yeah, good thought. I think there's a few fans that are kind of getting similar sort of thoughts in regards to a potential Money in the Bank cash-in. It's going to be very interesting to see who wins the men's one this year. Very, very interesting. Because that could really give us an indicator if they're going to look to do that or not.
Hannah WWE.
Oh.
Daze, I saw you had a doppelganger, as this guy seems to be a stronger, more handsome version of you with hot wife and talks two wrestlers as that could have been you, but he is not the timeout tribal chief. Lol.
I have no idea who you're on about, but I cannot add anything to that because I have no idea what that is about. Brony?
Bronny FN. Daze, my issue with the justified heel angles is that it causes the heels to get cheered, which completely ruins the concept of being a heel. Look at Drew and KO, and now Seth is a heel getting cheered.
Yeah, I don't disagree. Actually, I don't disagree. I do think that I do think you need to have heels that have a reason for doing what they're doing. Like, everyone's got a reason for doing stuff and for thinking certain things. But I think you really have to find a way of making it flawed. I think when it comes to heels, if you want those heels to be booed, then the fans need to know that their logic is flawed. I mean, I think the stuff that Kevin was saying, made sense. He didn't like the fact that Cody had partnered up with Roman that had really, set out to end his career, and, Kevin felt betrayed. And I think you could definitely understand where he was coming from. But for me, it's one thing for him to express that and be disappointed. It's another thing for him to physically attack Cody, which he did. And I am surprised that people didn't see that as a line crossed. Kevin was talking to Cody after, was it Bad Bloods? And actually, physically attacked him. And it's like, I'm thinking, if I was upset with one of my friends that something had happened, I mean, if I'm going to physically attack them, I'm crossing that line, aren't I? So part of me wonders if WWE thought, well, that will definitely be enough, It's one thing for him to say something, but for him to physically attack Cody, he's definitely in the wrong there. But it's true. A lot of fans were like, no, I side with Kevin. And that didn't bother them. They didn't see that as him being heel. So I don't know. It is very, very difficult to kind of present a heel with good reasonings, but to get everyone to see them as a heel, because there will be people that sort of sympathize with them. But in regards to Kevin, as an example, that was the moment that I saw personally him crossing that line. So perhaps there needs to be a little bit finessing. Perhaps we have to find a way of having the heels just constantly going too far and taking it too far. And even if their reasonings, you can see some shred of like reason in there. Suplex there by Stephanie and Ivy down. Stephanie going for the cover. 2. We did get another devil's kiss in there. And boom. Right. You failed us, Tribal Chief fans, says Austin. Austin, I hope you're well. Crowd are chanting, "This is awesome." So the crowd very much seem to be invested in this match right now. Forearm shot coming in there by Ivy. Shot coming back there by Stephanie. I kind of like Ivy's gear. I like that stars and stripes, but in like black and white. Looks really good. Kick coming in to the midsection by Stephanie. She's trying to put her away, but no joy. Ivy is back, scooping up Stephanie. And, oh, that looked like she'd reversed it into a DDT, but no selling there by Ivy. I really thought Stephanie had reversed that. Stephanie is over in the corner. Here's Ivy coming round looking for a big boot. Stephanie moves out the way. Again, shot coming in by Ivy. Kick coming in. Ivy in the corner. Mate, that dragon screw was brutal. I hope she's okay. That was moody. Yeah, I don't like that finisher. I don't think that finisher's very good. She kind of gets her, picks her up, and then sort of like drops her down onto the knee. But considering some of the moves that Stephanie can do, I think she can do something more impressive than that. There we go. Stephanie is the winner, holding up that NXT championship. Good match. That was fun. Hannah said, I was talking about a guy that looked like you on X. Oh, right. Fine. Hannah, have you any thoughts about Raw? Rather than me. Chaos Theory said, Dirty Dom's Sam Roberts interview is must-see. I don't see how anyone can dislike Dom after watching that, said Chaos Theory. Taker said, do we think Roman rebuilds the bloodline or creates a new group? I think he goes away for a little bit. I don't know that he'll start a new group. Okay, here's Nicole, this with AJ. Here's Dominic and Liv. Oh, Liv's going off to do a movie. Dom needs time off. Okay, hang on. Liv's going away for a little bit. So how's that going to work if she's got the tag title? AJ said he's thinking about breaking something right now, and he looks at Dominic. Okay, so Liv's going to go away and do a film, is she? So AJ wants to have a go at that Intercontinental Championship, and I'm sure that Carrion's going to get involved. Hannah said, I think the show has been on pace. What would have been the halftime score? I think it's been pretty strong. I would probably have it around 725, something like that. Carrion having a little quick word there with Sammy. Black screen. Okay. Yeah, I'd probably have been about halfway, about a 7.25. I agree. I think the show's been fine. Yeah, I think it's been pretty solid. Brony said, we need Cross on TV more. These 30-second backstage segments, they're just not doing it. Apparently, there are going to be some big things coming up for him. Sammy reminds me of Mick Foley, said Brian. Even more reason to bring back NXT Women's Tag Titles, said Dr. Lucha Lala. Yeah, the whole Liv going away to do a film thing is very interesting. That's very interesting. I don't know what that means for who's going to partner Raquel. And it's probably not bad timing, actually, if she's going to go off and do something now. Because obviously we are past WrestleMania. But it does sort of make you beg the question, why take the titles off Becky and Lyra last week? You could have kept the belts on them for a couple of weeks or so. I suppose, like, we could have done... They've obviously got a plan, but this match at Backlash, they could have done a tag title match and lost the tag titles there, then done the turn, then, you know, started the singles program. But it's just a bit weird, isn't it, to put the belt on someone that's turned around and said, I need to go away now because I'm doing a movie. You kind of go, well, why did we put the belts on her then? Here's Ludwig. We are at commercial break at the moment. Cross should help Sammy, said Raven. Carrion should chase the IC title. Tony said, why can't I book like this? I think the show is solid. I think it's good. I think it's been enjoyable. Look at me. Wow. Ludwig is the greatest German export since Mercedes-Benz, and everyone knows it. Ludwig just going off there. That's a shame that that wasn't on TV. Sometimes these things, they don't need lots of time, you know? That didn't need lots of time. Spartan said, Daze, are we watching the boxing Garcia Rowley do it? No. Isn't that on around the same time as SmackDown? On Friday. SmackDown wins. We're pro wrestling first. We've got the Gunther bit now, so I'm guessing this is going to be the Pat moment. I don't understand what we're going to get here unless it's going to be Ludwig coming out. I don't understand where this goes. Because as we said, I don't expect it to be Gunther coming out. Ashley said, in the US, we get commercials. I hate it. They've started filming Avengers Doomsday today, so maybe she's in that. I don't know. They did a 3-hour blooming video, didn't they, of telling everyone that was in it. They showed all the backs of the chairs, didn't they? So they're just saying about how Gunther was suspended. SmackDown has got Aleister Black. More spooky things for me, said Nathan. I just don't know where this is going to go. I don't know where this segment goes. It has to go somewhere, doesn't it? Unless it's just a rah-rah speech. jeez. Daze is slowly dying inside. Yes. It's another celebrity jumping above their station. It's Travis Scott all over again. I don't know what he's going to, but it feels like he's going to announce that he's going to now start doing in-ring stuff, maybe. Do you understand? No, I don't. I don't understand. I don't know where it's going at the moment. I'm just hearing about him dying. What am I watching? What is this? Is this... I've had some bad press. There's people online that are saying some bad things. Let me say some good stuff to try and counter that. I don't know what this is. Is he running for public office? Says, I don't know. If he's leaving wrestling, I'll be thrilled. If this is thank you for everything, I'm done. I'll be, honestly... There'll be parties in the street. Officially, there will be a bank holiday. Oh, where's it going? I'm against you. I'm against you. You're either with me or against. I am against you. But where are you taking this? There's a Michael Cole chant. Michael deserves love. I'm here for Michael. There's a sign that keeps popping up saying, thank you, Michael. Travis Scott versus Logan versus Bad Bunny at Backlash. Bucket says, John. We're definitely going to get Gunther against Pat, says Austin. But he's not around. Apparently he's in London. That's what I'm saying. I don't know where this is going because I don't expect him to come walking out. Unless it is a chat. So is he going to ask for the match at Backlash? Mate, I flipping... Just when you think you couldn't be a bigger Gunther fan. After we've just been subjected to a flipping... Honestly, I agree. It felt like he was running for office. Keep it professional. Oh my God. Someone should have told him that 7 years ago. Dude sounds like an 8-year-old smacked off sugar. Okay. There we go. He wants to face Gunther. They won't have him lose. They won't have Gunther lose, surely. Surely. I can only imagine anything short of a one-sided massacre. I'm thinking Brock John Cena at SummerSlam. Anything short of that. Anything short of Brock versus Kofi, and this company has flipping lost its mind. Yeah, Backlash. Well, there we go. I didn't know where it was going to go because there's no Gunther around at the moment, so I knew he wasn't going to interrupt. But where it's gone is they've set a match up. Well, there we go. Hannah said, I think Triple H heard what was said about Mania, and as punishment, he's giving you this lengthy segment. Well, I just don't deserve it. I've never done anything wrong enough to deserve this. Flipping hell. I have to put up with this clown every week. I've had to put up with him for years. I never talk about it because no one wants to hear me moaning about it week after week after week after week after week. But this guy just never fails. Never flipping fails to prove everything that I say correct. He is so attention hungry. I have never seen anyone come into WWE so desperate, constantly for the limelight. Every show he has to do something. Flipping watching him present the Hall of Fame was one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen. A night of real dignity and honor and prestige, and he's flipping clowning around. And then on these shows, he's got to do the yeeting. He always had to do the dancing for Shinsuke's entrance. He's always got to find a way of inserting himself. Always got to find a way. Hey, and you know what? If there's someone even better for the job, if there's someone more skilled, sorry, you're just not famous enough. You're just not famous enough. How about the flipping DLC that we had to put up with? Because people allow it. And so you've got companies now that are like, oh, they might like a DLC. Well, that went down well, didn't it? The DLC for 2K the other year when we had to put up with no wrestlers in a DLC pack. Instead, it was him and his mates. That went well. That was excellent. And did you see the episode where they kind of pushed back against the wrestling fans and they were going off? And I swear I thought that was leading to a match because they were going off on the wrestling fans. And Pat was like laughing about it. Like the lack of respect was mind-blowing. This guy is a clown that is out for himself. Simple as that. Cannot stand him. Maybe the person I hate the most when it comes to being in WWE ever. I don't know, other than flipping Benoit, of course. Other than Benoit. Other than anyone that's flipping been guilty of stuff like that, but actively ruins the shows for me. Like, actively makes them worse. But you don't want to hear that all the time, so I don't say anything about it. But now the flipping clown's trying to find a way of getting himself back into matches. And like being on commentary throughout the whole show is not enough. Now he wants to have matches. I can only hope that flipping Gunther destroys him. I can only hope that Gunther is just the retirement match. That's all I can hope. Right, Logan knocks out Jay. Well, kind of knocks him out. He knocks him down. as we go to commercial break. So we've probably got about half an hour to go, haven't we? And I actually don't know what our main event is going to be tonight. It's going to be Sammy giving his answer, isn't it? But I don't know if we've got another match lined up. Perhaps it's just that. Last week we didn't get much in the way of wrestling, you know. That was a bit of a criticism last week. We're just seeing a replay from earlier. Io did look good. Love it. Decay said, I think a third guy is going to be revealed tonight. Or will Jay come to the rescue? Is Sammy the third guy? I did wonder if Sammy would be the third guy. I did wonder about that myself. I still don't think it's impossible because it could be that Sammy comes down. We think he's going to help the baby faces, but he actually helps Seth and blah, blah, blah. So this could all still play into that. Rhea says we're even to Io. Io looks like she was about to cry. Okay, Seth's coming out now. Okay. Is it just going to be this segment then? No Heyman. No Bron Breakker. Seth Rollins making his way down. I'm a Villain said, I didn't even get to see that. It was on during the ads. Vikings Wolf said, WWE influencers and celebrity stuff really ruins wrestling for me these days. WWE need to get rid of that and focus more on actual wrestlers. Well, do you know, this is something that I've been saying for a long time. And I'm not just saying that as like, oh my God, I've been saying this for ages. Check me out. But it is nice to sort of see that there are others that kind of are having enough as well, you know? These are highly trained wrestlers that have paid their dues, that have competed on indie scene or come through NXT and, you know, done house shows and put in the miles. And yeah, celebrities thinking that they can come into this world and take that shortcut. I mean, it really bugs me, that does. It really bugs me. It's always bothered me. And then you've got people like Carrion that can't get onto shows. You know, we sit and we talk about how we would love for better for Carrion. And what's Carrion doing? Just flipping sat in the back in catering. You know? Could have had someone come down instead of Travis Scott, couldn't we? Could have done something instead of Travis. Could be someone else going up against Gunther at Backlash. I get that celebrities are important. I don't say there's not a place for them, but I really draw the line when it comes to them having matches. That for me is the line where it gets crossed, or them, like, you know, thinking they can get in the ring and hang with the wrestlers. It's like, nah. These are highly, highly trained professional wrestlers. Travis Scott in the main event of WrestleMania was beep, said Sim Slam. Brando said that was a toilet break promo from Becky Hogan earlier. Seth's in the ring. Defcon Prime said, my unpopular opinion is that since AEW figures are mostly gone from retail, they are niche collectors now, like TNA or MLW purchasers. Ringside is just too much dollar. They did flood the market with those, to be honest. They did flood the market. And I think that backfired because it meant that the shelves just got clogged with figures, yeah. Seth in the ring, Vikings Wolf said, the influencer celebrity stuff has got to stop. It's not crybaby BS. Wrestling is not crybaby BS. Vikings Wolf, shout out to you. I know not everyone will agree. That's fine. That's fine. But just as with everything else, we know how we feel about these things and we share opinions on them. Wyatt 6, American Nightmare Crew, shout out to you.
Wyatt 6 American Nightmare Crow gifted 5 Wrestling Daze memberships.
Appreciate the support, dudes. Welcome to new members. We'll be doing a member stream on Thursday. We got our championship game on Wednesday as well. Okay, here's Seth and Sammy. I know you've had all night to think about this. You're putting me in a very difficult position. You don't like Bron. You don't like Heyman. Me and Bron and Heyman. That is the way forwards. So Seth says, I believe this is the vision for the best way forwards. The fact you don't believe in me, that hurts. I don't know where we're going with this because I feel like we've still got at least 13 minutes. How many true friends have you made in this business? But to me, you're one of those true friends. You gave me some of the best advice I've ever gotten. Let me return the favor and give you some advice. That chair is a true friend. Yeah, well, he is very close to the chair. That is a very close relationship. Take the pass. Take the way out. Bad things are going to happen. Bad things are going to happen. And I don't want that. Why do bad things have to happen? I mean, I suppose bad things could happen because of Bron. But if he was a friend, Surely Bron would listen to him. Here's Sami. Okay. Sami apologizes. If I hurt your feelings. A real one. I think you're playing games. It's part of why you're in that position. You're dangling that world championship in front of me. Have you ever known me to run away? It's a good point, isn't it? That's not what Sami is. Go on, Sami. You're threatening me. I will not be threatened. Oh, look at... Go on, Sami. Yes. Buddy. Oh, this is me telling you to go to hell, and that is not what Seth wanted to hear. Because here comes Bron Breakker. That does put these two on a collision course now. Oh, such a good promo by Sami as well. Sami basically saying, I don't want to take any shortcuts. I don't want any favors. I will be a world champion. But I'm going to do it because I earned it. And here's Bron Breakker in his wrestling attire. Oof. Coming out with Paul Heyman. Excellent promo from Sami. Excellent promo. Sami beaten Bron before. This sucks. I will be honest, said Ninja. Okay, Bron Breakker is making his way down. There's Seth. Seth with a little nod. I think he just said, you know what you've got to do. So is Sami going to wrestle in that? We haven't seen CM Punk. We haven't seen Roman Reigns. Okay, Sammy taking his jacket off, throwing it away. We got Bron and we got Heyman on the outsides. Seth going over to the commentators. I don't know if he's just trying to make his point. Do you understand? He's had a lot of time off. Okay, well, it's set up Bron against Sammy as our main event. Let's go. The commercial break hurt my feelings, said Prehistoric Vintage. Black Cavity said Sammy turned down a WWE title match to face Bron. He's a clown. Well, I did wonder how he was going to do it. I did wonder how he was going to turn down that title opportunity. I like his reasoning. When have you ever known me to run away? I was trying to figure out what he would say to keep him on Raw, because I never expected him to go to SmackDown. It didn't feel right. And the points he made of when have I ever run away, I think it was accurate. But also, not only that, the other comment about when he gets to a world title, he wants to have earned it. You know, he's not really earned the right to face the winner of Randy and John. So, you know, if he was to get into that match, like, that's a gift. I think that was a good point by him as well. This is Sammy's problem, though, isn't it? He wants to do it, but he wants to do it the right way when others would just take that shortcut. But that's why I love him. That's why when he does finish his story, it'll be a big deal. I just hope they do it. I hope it's not a case that dangle is just constantly dangled, you know, that carrot. Sammy going against the ropes, boot coming in. And we are underway with our, well, I'm guessing our main event, of course, here. Sammy against Bron Breakker. I think we did go a little later last week, but I don't know that we're going later this week. This has been, obviously, the thread throughout the show, so... does Sammy have the Angel Garza breakaway pants on, said Josie. I don't think he does, no. I don't think he does. Tony K said, that was a loud pop for the former MFL punter. How livid would you be if you won the WWE title? I think you already know the answer to that. I'm a Villain said, if Sammy knew his answer, why didn't he dress to wrestle? It's a good point. It's a good point. He's kind of, I think, disadvantaged himself here, hasn't he? He's took his shirt off and is wrestling in, I don't know, are these jeans? They look like jeans. Are they? Bron Breakker in the ring then, and we are underway with Bron Breakker against Sami Zayn. Should be a good match, this. Shot coming in there by Sammy. Maka said, I feel like we might get a new member reveal because I expect Punk and Roman, unless it ends with Bron and Seth just destroying Sammy going off air. A lot of people are thinking that it will be Punk, Roman, kind of taking on Bron and Seth. So we could get them getting involved. I would be surprised if Roman was here, though. I haven't heard any rumour that Roman's at the show, but then I've not heard any rumour that CM Punk's at this show. Knee coming in there by Bron Breakker. Spartan said Sammy is gonna show how he can beat Bron with jeans on. He's just that guy, said Spartan. He's just that guy. Bron goes over the top to the outsides. Seth is not showing any enthusiasm here. Right now, Bron grabbing the leg of Sammy and dragging him down. Sammy on the outside of the ring. Bron Breakker grabbing him, hurling him into the commentary table. Alex said, I think they should save the tag match for another PLE. Oh. Bron Breakker on the edge of the ring. Boom, collides into Sammy, and Sammy goes down. Leanne said, I'm blown away with getting a gifted membership. That has made my day. Leanne, congratulations. People do really appreciate that. I really appreciate, obviously, people being given the opportunity to join us on that side of the channel. Liam said, I love Sheamus. I think he should be added to this group. Yeah, he's someone that's struggling to get onto TV, isn't he? I don't know that he's injured at the moment. He would be like the veteran badass, a bit like Flair in Evolution, especially with his and Bron's history. Dr. Luchalala said NXT is going to be better than Raw tomorrow. I'm looking forward to NXT. I think this Raw has been okay. I don't think it's been a bad show. I do think that the thread that's been kind of woven through of like Seth and Sammy has been quite interesting. Obviously, Ivy and Stephanie was really good, but you lot scored it good 95. I'm quite surprised at that it didn't reach that great range. Rhea, Roxanne, good 97. Judgment Day, War Raiders, good 95. Ivy, Stephanie, good 95. We'll have to see how Bron against Sammy does. But it looks like the in-ring is just not quite delivering for people. Smile on the face of Heyman. Is there a little bit of lack of star power? We don't have CM Punk. We don't have Cody Rhodes. I suppose we did get Jay. We did have Logan. We have had Seth. Sammy. The women have been there. Rhea. I mean, I don't know how much star power Stephanie and Julia and Roxanne are bringing, but you've got to invest in that next, generation. But I wonder if a lack of, like, Roman, Cody... I mean, we have been spoiled with having a lot of Cena on Raws, haven't we, in the build-up to WrestleMania? But that is what this time is about, isn't it? It's about kind of investing in that next wave. So I'm certainly not, down on it. But I wonder if that's just feeling like it's missing a little bit, Brando said Carrion should be that third man to join WWE. They do need to push him. Yeah, I would like to see more for Carrion. I agree with you. I think he definitely deserves it. A. Jobson said Sammy is just that gem in the business that you just cherish and covet forever. He's a hard worker, isn't he? He's a good in-ring talent. You're always going to get a good match out of him. Excellent promo. I love his promos. He gets so fired up, but he can turn on the comedy as well. But he's... Oh. 1, 2. But there's just always people that are bigger, stronger, have that bigger presentation, Sammy's just... I don't know. He's never going to be that Roman Reigns, is he? He's never going to be Seth. I think Sammy's maybe a bit too down to earth for his own good, In a world of large characters, large personalities, Sammy might be a little bit too down to earth for his own goods. Elbows coming in there by Bron. Kick coming in. Chop coming in there by Sammy. Sammy going up on the top, coming down. Boom! Cover 2. Bron Breakker kicks out. We got the Fireflies out, as I don't know why the lights are all down, so people have took the opportunity to grab their phones. So lights are out. Interesting with the Fireflies, said Phoenix. Yeah, lights are kind of down in the crowd, and the crowd have got their phones out. I did see a debate online about are they fireflies if it's got nothing to do with Bray and nothing to do with... Because I don't know that this is people thinking of Bray. Of course, looking good at you think of Bray, but could it just be that someone grabbed their phone because it was dark? Off the top, here's Bron Breakker is over in the corner. He's looking for a spear, and we know that he can tear Sammy inside, turn him inside out, tear him in two if he gets it. Bron Breakker ready to deliver a spear. I think Sammy will reverse, and he does. Exploder gets it. They can't give Bron a loss, though, can they? They can't afford for Bron to lose. He's going to go for the haluva. Is Seth going to get involved? Is someone going to... He's charging in. No, spear! They're going to have Sammy lose, are they? You can't have Bron lose, so, I mean, I suppose it's got to be Sammy that loses. Bron looking over at Seth. Sammy is down. Sammy is kind of on his knees at the moment. James said, they're not just jeans. They're M&S jeans. Gets the ropes. Spear by Bron. Sammy down again. And the dogs are barking. Seth has really not been showing any emotion. It doesn't have to be this way. There's still time. He's going to say no. Go to hell. Well, those are going to be famous last words, aren't they? He tells Seth to go to hell. Oh, gods. Bron Breakker picking up speeds. And another spear. Sammy down. And it's just one-sided now. It's just one-sided. Sammy gets outside the ring, is down. Referee is coming out. Shouldn't the ref be counting, really? Is he going to call it, is he? Are we going to do ref stoppage? He wants the doctor to come over. He wants the medics to have a look. So Michael said that Sammy is gasping for breath. Paul Heyman is saying to Seth, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. Oh. He's telling Bron Breakker to finish the job. He's going to run round and he's going to send him to the Shadow Realm, isn't he? They're literally holding Sammy in place as well. Oh, mates! And that was all ordered by Seth. Seth will say that he just wanted this to end. That's what he'll say. But it's not a good look for Seth either, is it? Crowd are even chanting one more time. Oh, God. Brando said, I'm liking this Seth character right now. Well, it's because he's not dancing around, acting like a goof. He's just standing there, just sort of being like the authority, the power. He doesn't have to, like, you know, act like a goof. He can command Bron to sort of do what he wants. Ref stoppage. Ref stoppage. Bron Breakker's going to get the win, and it's going to come at by the hands of a ref stoppage. It's over when I say it's over, says Bron. Yeah, do you know what? That's not a bad finish, actually, because it sort of protects Sammy. Sammy didn't, like, lose 1, 2, 3. He didn't take the way out. Listen to me. There's only one top guy. If you want to be a top guy. Wow. There's people that deserve our respect. He made his bed. Oh, Seth with a cup! Seth with a cup! That's how you treat your friends. That's how you treat your friends. Sammy made his bed. Now he's got to sleep in it. And you know what? The crowd are singing Seth's song. They've got to take that song away from Seth. They've got to take the song away. Really, right now, in this moment, the sympathy should be with Sammy, who's just fought hard and worked hard in that match. He was given a way out. He turned it down. And, you know, instead, the crowd are singing Seth's song. They've got to take that song away. They've got to take that. And I'm sure they will. I'm sure we're just slowly, you know, showing this group to be the heel group that they are. But you can't keep being in that situation where the crowd are going to keep singing that song and keep siding with Seth. That's going to be a problem. I would argue it's a little problem for the end of this show, but yeah. Very interesting. That was Raw. That was the show. I don't know how people felt about that in the end. I think it's a very interesting story. I think there's a lot there to unpack. I am not down on it. Right, let's see what Sleaze Boy is bringing to the table. Sleaze Boy, shout out to you.
Sleaze Boy, $10. Charlotte-Tiffany feud could have been made more interested with Charlotte exposing Ludwig's XX messages and explicit photos, and Tiffany getting revenge by giving Charlotte's dad some tiffy time.
To be honest, I mean, none of that was planned, though. That line, and I'm sure you know anyway, was literally her thinking on her feet because she had just been hit with, what score is it? 0-3? In regards to like her failed marriages, number of divorces, and there was no way that Charlotte was going to take that and just allow Tiffany to walk away. So Charlotte was, you know, going to find a way of responding there, and so she came out with that. Is that why Kaiser's in my DMs? And it's really just out of desperation. I mean, after that, I would imagine, I don't know, but I would imagine both were sat down. I would imagine when they got to Gorilla, Triple H was not impressed. And I would imagine that he said he wanted to see them after the show or the next day or come to the head offices or whatever it might be. But to be honest with you, at that point, if I'm Triple H, I'm genuinely concerned that this feud is not workable. I'm genuinely concerned at that point that the feud has gone off the tracks and that they might not even be able to work together in the ring at WrestleMania. Which is why when that match was a little bit rough around the edges, I didn't mind it because I think a lot of the fans would be in that same mindset of these two just don't work together very well. Like they can't work together. They don't like each other. And it kind of added to the story of they don't like each other. They can't work together. And, you know, as I said, I saw people making allegations that they were like sandbagging each other and whatever. But yeah, that line was not a planned line. That was just a line that was thrown out in response to what had been said by Tiffany. And Tiffany, I'm sure, got it in the neck as well because, you know, going that personal is obviously not what they were looking for. So yeah, that whole feud, very, very interesting. One of the most interesting feuds of the year. But that's why we didn't go down those roads. I'd imagine both were spoken to, and I think at that point it was just, can we keep this as professional as possible? Can we just get the match done? I promise I will keep you two apart. Triple H actually made a comment. I forget what show it was on. He's done a few interviews, but Triple H made a comment where he said about how booking isn't easy. And he said, there's people just say, why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? Well, I can't do that because such and such is injured, and so that affects this. Also, you might not know this, but such and such refuses to work with such and such, so I can't go do that. He didn't give specifics, but it's very clear that these are conversations that have been had. It's very interesting, isn't it, to think that Triple H has to deal with wrestlers telling him that he refuses or they refuse to face other wrestlers. That does not really get reported too much, but apparently that is something that is going on. That is something which he has to deal with. Such and such won't work with such and such, so I can't do that. Such and such is injured, so I can't go that way. And that has a big knock-on effect and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, he did it. He did a couple of sit-down interviews during WrestleMania week, and I kind of caught a little clip. It might have been when he sat down with that comedian that was in the crowd at, was it Madison Square Garden? He's like a comedian. I think, didn't he slap someone? Logan. I think he slapped Logan and told Logan, no one wants to see you wrestle or something like this. It might have been when he did an interview with that guy. But, yeah, I thought that was kind of interesting. So, Sleaze Boy, appreciate the support, my friend. I suppose they could have leaned into it. But I think, to be honest, they didn't want that situation getting any worse, you know? They didn't want that situation getting any worse. Kelly said, I've tagged you in a post. There was a glitch tonight. Did anyone catch it? There was a mention of a glitch earlier. I didn't see a glitch that had, like, anything of any kind of note. Here, someone says this could be nothing. There is a glitch. Right. There's a little glitch on a sign. Will I get away with showing it? Hopefully. This sign here just sort of glitches. I mean, to be honest with you, it's hard to know if it's a glitch in it. It's interesting. I think I'd be a lot more interested if it said Wyatt 6, you know? Or if it had something that kind of felt like a message. LOMG. I mean, it does go back to being fixed, so it is whilst he's kind of there. It's a weird thing to glitch, isn't it? Of all the stuff to glitch, little message there is a weird thing to glitch. I don't know if anyone feels like they've seen anything, but just quickly scrubbing through, I can't say there's anything that feels like it's a Wyatt 6 message. If anything, I can see a 6. I tell you what, if that was a 6, people would be wetting themselves. If that was a 6, I mean, we've got a 3 and a 2 and a 1. It does just look like the numbers. In fact, we've got everything but a 6 near enough. No 8. There's a 6 there, but I don't know. I think if that was a glitch and they'd done it on purpose, it would be wise for them to have put Wyatt 6 in there or remember or something in there, you know? Really, to me, I don't know. I look at that and I'm like, there's not really anything there that makes me think that's anything more than just a glitch. Why that thing would glitch and why it would glitch at that time. But I don't know if that thing's not glitching every 10 minutes, you know? It could just be that we picked up on the glitch, but interesting. Interesting that it goes back to normal by the time we get to the end, you know? So, yeah. I like that, though, by this Dennis. I think that's good because they've noticed it and they've said it could be nothing, but I caught it. And I like that. There's quite a lot of occasions where people are like, oh, my God, this is definitely Wyatt 6, you know? And it's like, I don't know about that. So I agree with that. Could be nothing, but definitely worth being aware of. But do we expect them to get involved in, like, Jay Logan? I don't expect the Wyatt 6 to get involved in that. So I don't. This doesn't feel like the right feud either. Maybe this would carry a bit more weight if this was Liv, and you know, if this was Liv and Raquel, then I think it would carry a bit more weight. But I believe this was Logan, was it? Yeah, it's Logan. So I don't know. Very interesting though. Appreciate it. Very interesting. Definitely worth being aware of. Glitchy. Let's get a few final thoughts and we will run away. Tony K said, if that show didn't feed you, then maybe AEW will feed you on Wednesday. I don't watch AEW, buds. I don't watch it. But for those out there that do, maybe AEW will. I didn't feel like that didn't give me something. I'm not coming away from this like that's a disaster or anything, you know. I think it's fine. I mean, my score probably ended up being around about the 6, 7, 5, 7 sort of range. Sammy basically turned it down. I expected him to do that. I really don't like the crowd being behind Seth. I suppose it's just more exciting. I suppose this group is just more exciting. But I think WWE would have really enjoyed that final thing being the crowd booing Seth, you know? Perhaps it's just not clear enough yet that he's the heel. Perhaps that message has just not come across enough yet, you know? Perhaps, but even if he is a heel, people just don't care, do they? John Cena's a heel and plenty of people were behind him. So perhaps it just comes down to the character, and it comes down to the fact that John Cena is a bigger star than Cody. He achieved more. He is someone that has been a lot of people's youth. And so even if he's heel, I don't care. I'm going to support John Cena. And maybe here it's like Seth's the bigger star than Sammy. And even if he's heel, I don't care. I'm going to support Seth. I wonder if there's some of that mindset that's in there as well. But it is a problem for WWE. And if the people are singing the song, well, I really think you got to take that song away. Wrestle with Andy, hello. Hope you're doing well. Do we think the Wyatt Six should disband if they don't work the next time around? I'd need to see it, to be honest. You know, some people might say something hasn't worked, but we might feel different. Or some people might say it's not worked, but we can see the vision as to where it's going. So I couldn't really sit here and say if it doesn't work next time, they should split. Because I'd need to see what next time looks like. I think there's a chance we see them on Wednesday. If they're not around on Wednesday or there's no glitch on Wednesday, I will say that they have really fumbled with this. I will say that I don't understand. I mean, I don't want to keep kicking the can down the road. I'm someone that was quite understanding about them not being around before Mania. And, you know, part of me could maybe understand them not being around now because if you don't have any plans for them at Backlash, which is coming up very soon, you might want to use your TV time to actually build up Backlash. But the truth is, I still can't give you a reason why you wouldn't put a glitch on the show. I can't give you a reason why you wouldn't put a QR code on the show. I can't give you a reason why we're still not doing a tiny something. Why can't you still feed the Wyatt Six fans? Why can't you give them something? Even if it's not the group on the show. How hard is a glitch? Why wouldn't you do that? Even if they're not back next week or the week after. If you was to give the fans a date where they're going to come back. If you was to Nightbird this thing. Mini 4-week Nightbird. You could have done something last week. You could do something this week. You could do something next week. You could bring them back after Backlash. I honestly think a large part of the frustration is that you're just not getting anything. It's not even that they're not on the show. You're not getting anything. So that is, I cannot make an excuse for that. I'm not even trying to. I'm not trying to make excuses. But I feel that I can understand why we didn't get them before WrestleMania. I thought there was a chance we would see them at WrestleMania. I thought there was a chance we would see them last week. I think there's a chance we see them on Friday. And if we don't, then, yeah, I don't know why we're not doing something I don't know. Even if they're not going to be at Backlash, why are we not doing a glitch, a QR code? Why are we not doing anything? When surely they're coming back soon. Surely they're coming back soon. I mean, this is where we start new feuds now. So why would you not? I would not have an answer to that. There's a lot of people that struggled with why they weren't at Mania. I didn't struggle with that. I really didn't. I didn't struggle with it. I sort of understood that Bo was injured. They may not have known when he was going to come back, and they moved on with other plans. And as a result, you know, we just missed the window. Like, I'm fine with that. But I can't really sit here and tell you, now that Mania's out the way, why we're not doing anything. I can understand them not being on the show. Might not be at Backlash, so I get that. But why are we not doing a glitch? Why are we not doing a QR code? Why have we not got something for those Wyatt 6 fans that are so desperate to see them? I don't know. I really, really don't know. I don't think it's that they've given up on them and that they're dead. I don't believe that. That is not... I really don't believe that. I just think they're waiting for the right time and for the stars to align for them to get going. You know, it might just be that we're waiting for whoever it is they're going to feud with to be available. It might be that we haven't quite got the ducks lined up just because they're ready. It might not be that their opponents are quite ready. So, I mean, it could be something as simple as that, but still doesn't really give an excuse as to why we don't have something happening, you know? Certainly not if they're all free. But there has been some news that Liv is going to have a big week, isn't she? But maybe that was the news about her film. You know, she just announced about that she's going off to do a film. I wonder if that was the big news. People got quite excited that Liv's... And actually, if Liv's going away to do a film, I didn't even think about that. What does that mean for the Wyatt 6? What does that mean? I didn't even think about that. If Liv is going off to do a film now, what does that mean? Oh my God, I didn't even think about that. A lot of people thinking that Liv and Raquel were going to be the way we were going to bring this group back. So all of a sudden, if that is not true, is that a new problem? Is this group just cursed? Is this group just cursed? Is this the most cursed group that we've flipping ever had? I didn't even think about that until now. That did not even cross my mind. JB.
I said earlier, Seth came out high-fiving fans and encouraging a sing-along. That's not what a heel should be doing. It's like the art of being a heel has been lost lately.
Yeah, this sort of like... I think they're trying to make the characters more interesting. So I think they're trying to make Seth a heel that is... They're trying to make Seth a heel that is slowly descending into being a heel. He's not quite there yet. Right now, his intentions are good. And right now, he wants to lead the future of the company. He wants to align with Bron, align with Paul. He wants to save wrestling from Punk and Roman. And I think genuinely what he just said there to Sammy about, I'm going to help you. You know, if you're not with us, then get out the way. And I'm going to move you. I'll get you moved. Heyman's got that kind of pull. I can get you moved and I can get you a title shot. And I think in his mind, that was him being really a nice person, doing a good thing. And Sammy was like, I've never run away from anything. And if I'm going to get a title shot, I'm going to earn it, which is fine. That's understandable. And then I think, you know, Seth's got a decision there. Seth obviously could have stayed on the good side of Sammy after that. But for him to deliver that curb, I think it makes it very clear, or at least it feels clear to me, this is a guy that's slipping towards being consumed by power. And, you know, now he's in a position where he's got Heyman. He's got Bron Breakker. You know, he's not just coming out on his own. He's got people that can kind of Bron can do the work for him. He's got Heyman that can create opportunities as well and do things that Seth seemingly didn't have the power to do before. All of a sudden, he finds himself in a very powerful position. And I think that power's corrupting him. And I think this might be a story that plays out over time. But the problem is, whilst this is playing out, you're still going to have people that are still going to be cheering for Seth. And you're still going to have people that are going to be believing in Seth. And yeah, I mean, I agree. If he's heel, we got to find a way of making him heel. I think this slow burn is, I don't know that it's going to help him. I don't know that it's going to help the story or anything. I think I would much rather just do it. You know, if he had beaten down Sammy, I don't even know how this crowd would have reacted, to be honest. I do think it's a problem. The singing, it really is a problem. Big Time said the creative just feels a little lackluster right now. Raw last week felt great. Tonight was sort of one of those Raws from the Mania builds. Well, I mean, look, this was never going to reach the heights of last week because last week was the Raw after Mania and they treated it as the Raw after Mania. So we went into this show expecting it to be a normal Raw, a standard Raw, the kind of Raw you could get week in, week out. And I think that's what we got served. I suppose the question is, was this a show that gave you enough that you would want to tune in again? Or is this show not good enough? And I think the honest answer from me is that I got stuff from this show. There's definitely areas I would want to see strengthened, but I had a story that was weaved throughout. This was the story of Seth and Sammy, and were they going to get on the same page? We got to explore the dynamic with Heyman and Seth and Bron a little bit. We got to explore the dynamic between Paul and Sammy. And I appreciate that. I appreciate us digging into that. I sort of feel like this feels a little Bloodline-esque in that I expect this group to be on the show next week. And I don't know if we deal with Sammy or maybe we deal with someone else. Or maybe Punk comes back. And maybe it's Punk and Sammy. And, you know, I'd like to see Seth and Bron backstage. And I'd like to dig further into it. I feel like it feels a little Bloodline-esque. I feel like there's stuff to get our teeth into. There's layers to this. That was good. I think that I can see that we can do that week in, week out. So I'm thinking that's going to be a large part of Raw, certainly over the summer, and probably even beyond. Obviously, there's always the thought of a third person joining. I don't expect that this side of Backlash. Maybe at Backlash, but I don't expect it this side of Backlash. I think the women's division is feeling better with Roxanne and Julia around. Stephanie used for a second week. Don't know if that's her done now, or does she come back again next week? I'm really not sure, but it's lovely seeing those girls around in the women's division. I think that's helping. I think the in-ring was a bit underwhelming. Even though I'm praising Roxanne and Stephanie, you guys didn't give anything tonight a great rating. Even that main event at the moment is not coming out with a great rating. So I definitely think there's room for improvement. I definitely think that we could have better matches. Maybe the story could be a little juicier, and I think in future weeks it will. But I think you can see a template there as to what Raw's going to be going forwards. And that's why I think if you struggled with this week's episode, I don't know that this next phase we're going into is going to really massively appeal. There was enough here for me. I would give this, as I said, 6, 7, 5, 7. I'm thinking around that kind of ballpark. But it is definitely a show that I could see some people being like, it just didn't grab me. It didn't massively grab me. It wasn't a show that I was like madly in love with. And, well, I mean, look, it's not WrestleMania season. I think whenever we say that something is special, we mean it, right? I'd like to think we mean it. If we say that WrestleMania season is special and we expect a lot from the shows, that's because it's special and we expect a lot from the shows. We are not in WrestleMania season now. WrestleMania is in the rearview mirror. Last week was the Raw and SmackDown after Mania. The Raw is a special show. And again, special, it has to mean something. it has to mean that it's better than the average. Yeah, and those shows are meant to be better than the average. This show was the average, and I think it delivered, because I agree with you. I don't think this was drastically out of sync with shows we were getting on the road to WrestleMania, so I can't really say that this was drastically below some of those shows we were getting. Maybe the crowd could have been a little hotter in places, and then it might have felt like one of those shows from flipping Belgium or something, you know? The only difference is we had John Cena on that show, and we had Cody around, and maybe we just missed, as we said, no Roman, no Punk, no Cody, no Cena. Maybe we did just miss a little bit of star power on this Raw, but I don't know how the rating's going to do. Honestly, ratings at the moment have been a little wobbly. It's there's conflicting reports about WrestleMania. Some reports are that WrestleMania did really well. It's like up 100% on last year, which I really struggle to believe. I feel like there's probably some truth in there, but it's probably something quite specific. Do you know what I mean? Like, what number are they referencing? Are they saying that this year's WrestleMania got 100 and some odd % more views overall than last year's WrestleMania? That's kind of hard to believe, isn't it? If you think about last year and Roman and Cody and finishing the story and The Rock being involved and all of that. And then also when you look on Netflix and WrestleMania didn't break into the global top 10. It didn't break into the global top 10. It doesn't, the math don't math. The numbers don't add up. Something's not right. It really feels to me like that 100 and whatever % increase is something very specific. Like, was that in America? Was it just America saw an increase of, like, you know, maybe the rest of the world not so much? Because apparently WrestleMania didn't break into the global top 10 on Netflix. So you do go, well, hang on, that doesn't quite work, does it? How is this show, like, killing it? And then you find out that it's not even got into the global top 10 on Netflix. And I still don't understand, because India is on Netflix now. So you'd expect it to be going balmy. If you think about the number of people in India, you'd expecting it to be going crazy, but we're just not seeing that either. So, and if you look at the Raw ratings, keep hearing about this 2.8, 2.9 million global views, and it doesn't move from that. So it does sort of feel like we've hit a bit of a plateau. So I don't know that the views at the moment are going crazy. Don't know. They're not bragging about selling out anymore, which I don't know if that's just because they've seen the backlash of people going, you know, you're gloating about record revenue and taking money off fans and all of that. But do you remember they used to gloat about selling out? This is our 40th of show in a week where we've sold out TV. We don't hear that anymore. I wonder if it's just cooled a little bit. I wonder if it's just cooled. I don't know. Maybe it has, maybe it hasn't. I'm only telling you the numbers that I see, and it's very hard with the numbers at the moment because we don't have really much access to the streaming numbers. So the numbers we get are kind of hard to interpret. So it'd be good, actually, if WrestleNomics could do a little piece on that. It'd be interesting. James said they should have got Seth to curb stomp Sammy's wife. Yes, that would have done it. Well, I don't know, actually. That crowd probably would still sing his song, wouldn't they? I'm not sure that crowd would react negatively.
Hannah WWE Daze. At this point, people keep saying they will be back soon as tomorrow or this week, but it never happens. Maybe WWE have deleted their losses and probably will quietly get them disbanded.
I honestly don't think so. I do think, and this is why I'm quite pleased with how I've approached this. I have not been saying, I think it'll be this week, I think it'll be this week. All the way up to WrestleMania, I've said, let's just wait and see. If anything, I've said, I don't expect them before WrestleMania. And there were reports that we covered on Unseen that said it'll either be at Mania or just after Mania where they return. So, going into Mania, I think there was the women's tag match maybe the IC title match where I was like, if we are going to get them, it'll be here. We didn't get them, and we did not really focus on it. There wasn't really much in the way of like tears or anything, right? There was a chance that they could have been there to have started the feud with Judgment Day if it was going to go that way. It didn't happen. Then on Raw, I didn't expect them, but SmackDown, I did wonder. Yeah. So really, the first time was SmackDown. I didn't expect them so much tonight because I'm thinking if we see them, it'll be on Friday. Obviously, that begs the question, though, if the feud is to be Judgment Day, doesn't that mean they need to be appearing on a Monday? But to be honest with you, I don't even know if the feud's going to be with Judgment Day at this point. We're a long way from Liv eliminating Alexa from the Rumble and Elimination Chamber. I mean, she eliminated Liv from Elimination Chamber in like the 1st of March. As we're sat here now, it's in the UK, it's the 29th of April. I mean, if Alexa was that upset, why did she not respond sooner? So, I don't know. I mean, has that window sort of closed now? Has that passed us by? Do we go with a different feud, a different direction? It's hard to know, isn't it? And then if Liv is going off to do a film, which I've seen in the chat people saying there's reports that's not true. But that's what she said. So, if it's a case that they are going to tell that story, then, well, I don't know where that goes, but yeah, it's hard to know. I don't expect them to disband. I don't believe that because I don't think that we even started with them. We didn't do anything with them. They believed in the group and they believed in carrying on Bray's legacy. And I'm sure there's been challenges that, they maybe didn't expect. But I don't see the benefit in shutting this down. I don't see where that benefits them. I don't see, like, what would you do with Dexter? What would you do with Nikki? What would you do with Uncle Howdy? What would you do with these people? And we haven't even started with the group. We haven't done anything with the group. So what's the point in disbanding it if you're sort of giving up on something that you haven't even started? You're sort of throwing something away that you haven't even got going with. And that would make no sense to me. The only challenges that we've faced has been just keeping them all fit and healthy, really. That's the big challenge that we've faced. And we've faced that since December. So outside of that, I don't really see an argument as to why we would disband them. There's nothing really there to say they suck about because we just haven't seen them. So I think, like, for me, I'm not worried about that. I don't see that happening. If it does, I'll be shocked. Of course I will. I don't see, like, a captivating alternative. I don't really see if we do that, what would we do with these people instead? I don't see, like, a really interesting alternative. Giving up on something we've not started yet. Don't get that. And rumours are that we are going to go with them. We are going to do something. So the rumour mill's not saying they're in trouble. I think, to be honest, that is just fans panicking. That is just fans panicking. Like, the whole disbanding thing. So I don't worry about that. But I do agree that we need to get them back. We need to get going with them. I do agree with that. And keeping them away is only building up the frustration more. Taker 1990. Let's see what Taker 1990 has got to say. We've stuck around a little bit here, haven't we?
Taker 1990. Daze. Sammy could have teamed up with Big Jim. Sammy ruined Raw by his dumbass answer. We saw that kind of answer with Cody to The Rock. What storyline is it for Sammy by getting beat up every week?
I understand why Sammy turned it down. I think they could have made it a bit more sinister because I think that Sammy saying, no, I'm not going to do that because I'm not going to cut corners. Well, I think that's good. I think that's him being true to himself. I'm here for that. I don't mind that so much. But the problem is, I don't think that's going to resonate with everyone. I don't, I think, for example, when Cody and Cena were going back and forth with the title, That was cringe to me. In the moment, that was cringe. And, you know, immediately I'm hearing Michael Cole saying, you know, is Cody going to use the belt? Is he going to, like, betray himself or whatever? And immediately you go, well, hang on. I remember him grabbing a handful of tights when he faced Seth a few years ago to win a match. Their second match, if you want to go back and have a look at it. Their second match, he grabs a handful of tights. I remember him doing a crossroads onto a chair against Kevin not that long ago. And I remember there being a conversation around, oh, is he starting to turn a bit heel? So there was absolutely no reason as to why he couldn't use that belt. And that felt naive, to be honest. I think that was a real misstep in the booking in the creative. And then, you know, today, I don't disagree. I think that for a lot of people, Sammy could have said yes, could have got a title opportunity. You know, people have to win Royal Rumbles and Elimination Chambers to get title opportunities. Here's one being gifted to you. Like, he could have looked at it as, you know, this is what happens. People have been champion like loads of different ways. I mean, cashing in a Money in the Bank is hardly the most prestigious way to become a champion, is it? Do you know what I mean? Waiting for the champ to be beaten up and then come running down with the Money in the Bank. That's hardly the most prestigious way to do it. So at least this way, Sammy would get himself being the number one contender. He would fight a healthy John or a healthy Randy. But I do understand Sammy saying, no, I'm going to turn that down. I haven't earned that. And if I become a world champion, which is my dream, I don't want anyone taking it away from me. I agree with him on that. But I think you've really got to think about it to agree with him on it, you know? As a Sammy fan, I would love Sammy to become a world champion. And I wouldn't really want that moment to be tarnished with people going, oh, he didn't deserve that title shot in the first place. Blah, 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 you know? I'd imagine it's quite frustrating if you're a Jay fan. Imagine being a Jey Uso fan. There's loads of people saying, oh, he didn't deserve to win the Rumble. He shouldn't have beaten Gunther. Blah, 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 blah. All this kind of stuff, you know? I could understand Jay fans being a bit frustrated with that. I don't want that for Sammy. I want if Sammy gets it, I want it to be a case where people are like, fair, good for him, fair play, deserves that. He's worked hard. I would kind of like that. And maybe if he was gifted that opportunity to face the winner of Cena and Orton, maybe that would not be the response. Perhaps there would be some out there saying he never deserved this opportunity. He only got this because he agreed to move brands. So you have to take that into consideration. So I think there is a big difference between what we saw at WrestleMania, what we're seeing here. Plus also, don't forget, when Cody turned down The Rock, he was champion anyway. He had the championship anyway. Story had been finished. Now it's just, you know, carrying yourself with dignity the same way that you carried that dignity when you was chasing the title. Not selling out now that you've got the title. And, you know, that in a way was a bit of a test of his character. Has the belt corrupted him and whatever? And, well, he passed that test. And then he passed it again at WrestleMania with the, even though that sucked. But yeah, these things, these nuanced sort of things, they do divide opinion, you know? And where it divides opinion, this is where you end up with people flipping singing Seth's song and stuff like that. WWE are at times their own worst enemy. Their creative puts them into situations that they do not want to be in. That's the truth. You know, the creative that they choose gets them reactions that they don't want. But that's because it's the creative that they've chosen to go with that has put them in that position. Trying to understand wrestling fans and how they're going to react is hard, and it would be something I would not get right all the time at all. But I can sort of understand why fans react certain ways they react. I read a lot of what gets said online. Obviously, I get the reaction here. I get the opinions as well in the opinions videos. So I sort of do understand why people react the way they react. And I know some of these reactions are not what WWE was looking for. But honestly, sometimes they are just their own worst enemy. Let me get this feedback required thing. I didn't realize we were going to get stuck into such a conversation. What did you think about... Let's see. Let's get that out there at least. Even if I am going to be flipping delayed with Unseen, but that'll be okay. We'll get it up. We'll get it up at some point. That's what she said. Michael, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support. Let's see what Michael's saying. Go on, Michael.
Michael Williams, $19.99. Cody finishes the story, and the WWE seems to be getting worse at storytelling. The lack of good storylines is ruining everything. Feels like they are throwing things against the wall to see what sticks. Frustrating.
Okay. I don't know how to respond to that, because I find myself agreeing and disagreeing, but I, more than anything, understand. I understand that comment, and I do not think that's an unfair comment. I think I look at Cody finishing the story and then how Cody was booked, and I look at the frustrations people had with that, and I totally agree. I think it was very frustrating, and I totally agree. I also look at how they booked Solo after WrestleMania, and like how we sort of ruined him, you know? How Jacob came in, kind of stole his thunder. And I agree. I agree. But then I look at like Liv and Rhea, and there were some really good moments in that. I think Liv and Rhea, with Dom switching over, joining up with Liv, Dom in a shark cage. Like, that whole feud was a big feud, and I know it outstayed its welcome. I know people were tired of it at the end, but that was massive for Liv. I mean, they actually took a character that was so-so, and they made her a superstar with that story. So that story, as much as it's got flaws, absolutely served a purpose. It took someone from there, and it got them to there. And that is, you can't really ask for much more than that. And, you know, it's a story that really resonated with a lot of people. There's a lot of, I'd imagine a lot of females in our wider WWE universe kind of really connected with that. You see a lot of girls dressing up as Rhea, for example. She seems to be a bit of an icon for the females in the WWE universe. Bianca as well, to a degree. But I see probably a lot of people more dressing up as Rhea. And I think like her and Daddy Dom, that was a big thing. Mommy always on top, whatever. The Liv stuff, all of that. So I look at that story and I'm like, well, I can see some value to that. I can see how we've improved Liv there. I can have a look as well at CM Punk Drew and just how, I mean, I was not crazy about the friendship bracelet stuff. But again, not everything is for me, clearly. So, you know, I'd like to think that I can understand that. I'd like to think that I can watch a show and know not every single segment is meant to be for me. And that friendship bracelet stuff was, you know, not for me. But it was something that I think resonated with some people out there. And that got voted Feud of the Year. I think it drew with Cody Roman and CM Punk Drew. Like those two came level in the Slammies for Feud of the Year. And so, like, I look at that and I'm like, well, that ticked a box. You hear a lot of people having praise for that. So I look at that and I'm like, oh, there's some good stuff that's there. But then, yeah, I look at the Cody stuff and I'm like, yeah, that's frustrating. I look at what's gone on with The Rock getting involved and there being no long-term story there, and I'm like, yeah, that's frustrating. I look at the Wyatts and I go, yeah, that's frustrating. I think for me, it's a mixed bag. There's a real mixture of stuff that's kind of in there. I don't know if, like, the Seth group is something they've really planned out and thought out. And if, you know, I'd like to think they know where this is going. I'd like to think they've got an idea as to what Seth's going to do at SummerSlam. I'd like to think they've got an idea as to whether this goes to Survivor Series. I'd like to think if they've got an idea of the next member that's coming in. I'd like to think this is thought out. And with Heyman involved, I've got to think it is. I've got to think it is. So I've got some hopes for this group, but yeah, there's a couple of things in there I'd definitely change. I'd definitely change that flipping music. Definitely change that. I don't mind Seth wearing outlandish, flamboyant clothes, but I really think he's got to look good. I think there's a big, big difference between wearing something crazy that makes you look cringe and wearing something that makes you look cool. And I think that it's fine for him to want to peacock and for him to want to show off. But if you look cringe, or if what you're wearing is too distracting, I think that's the problem. The glasses he wore today, I thought they were really distracting until he took them off, because they were like eyes in front of his eyes. And he was like looking through them, but you couldn't see his eyes. So like I couldn't quite see his eyes. I was looking, I was like, I'm trying to listen to what he's saying, but I'm just looking at this ludicrous flipping glasses. And so I'm sort of looking at that. I'm like, that's not quite right. That's not quite right. It's one thing to wear things that's outlandish that still makes you look cool. It's another thing to look wacky and goofy and all that stuff. So there's definitely some tweaks there for me, but I don't know. It's an interesting one. I can see the pros and the cons. But to be honest, wrestling has largely always been that way. It's very, very rare that you get like everything cooking at the same time, you know? I mean, that is just, that's like the promised land, you know? I think as long as there's stuff on the show for you, I think as long as there's something on the show for you, you have to kind of take that. And certainly if the majority of the show is for you. I don't sense this was a disaster of a show. I don't sense that. I don't sense that I'm wildly out of sync with people. I don't sense that I'm sat here saying this was 6, 7, 5 and you lot are sat there going this was a 3, you know? I mean, maybe I'm wrong and maybe that will show itself when I get to the opinions video, but I think there's some stuff here that's good. I don't think everything's bad. I think there's some good stuff. Here's Rich.
Rich Green. Rhea Liv was years long, and it was one where you should give credit to the talent more so than the writers. Those 3 made that happen. Liv is so greatly improved. Bronny FN. A Town Down Under have been teasing a turn for a year and a half, and the reason for that is because they have no idea how to book them after they turn. That's what I think, at least.
Yeah, there was another little tease here. I think you're right. I think they don't know what to do with them after. But again, you have to look at a priority list. So when it comes to creative, they're going to have their top heel, top face, second heel, second face, third, fourth. You know, and A-Town Down Under are just nowhere near that. You know, they're at the bottom. And to be honest with you, I think the creative team have been just really locked in for Mania. And, you know, it'd be nice to see them do something now with A-Town Down Under, and maybe we will, because during commercial break, which I don't think everyone saw, there was an interview with A-Town Down Under, and Grayson said, I went and spoke about getting us an opportunity, and Austin Theory was like, oh, brilliant, next week who against? And he's like, well, the conversation did sort of move on, and, well, I've got a singles match next week. So, you know, but that's going to be great, it's going to be brilliant, blah, 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 and he was going off, and, like, Theory was, like, not having it. So with them, there's still teas in there. Actually, Grayson ended up leaving and like Theory just walked off as well. So once again, tension being teased. At some point, they're going to pull the trigger. And they're going to, you know, and they're going to focus on those two. But I think, to be honest, we've just been locked into WrestleMania season for so long that we just did not have much room to kind of deviate from that.
Bronny FN. Daze, this Seth faction makes me feel like it needs someone who can take some pins. When you look at Bloodline, you had Jay and Jimmy and Solo taking Ellis to set up an opponent facing Roman.
Seth faction makes it feel like it needs someone that can just take pins. Yeah, I think we will likely get to that. I mean, you're going to need to get more people in because you can't have Seth be that person. He's the final boss, if you will, of the group. You can't have Bron be that person. He's the solo of the group. You are right. We do need to get those people that, listen, if you can beat this person, you can get, I'll face you at Backlash or whatever. And of course, then we do the match. Those people lose. With the Bloodline, you got Tama Tonga. You got Tonga Loa. Solo was the leader. Jacob was the enforcer. And then you had the two that bumped around. And you are right. We are missing that at the moment. I think there's a chance that those people come in. And there's a chance that, we could get a couple of people in that role. But no sign of us adding to the group yet. I don't know how much of a rush there is at the moment. Because at the moment, I think we can just build the group up, have them, face Punk and Roman, and take it from there. But a good point.
Nanakon. Wrestling Daze Carrion launched another trailer of his doc, Dr. Lucha Lala. The 2 matches we got announced tonight were pretty lame, though.
For Backlash, I think the Pat and Gunther one was not too surprising because I think last week felt like that's where that was going. The curveball for me was that I believed that Gunther would not be on this show. So as a result, and I believe that he's off for a couple of weeks. So as a result, I was like, I don't know where it goes now. And I did wonder actually if it would be Ludwig. But I mean, where it's gone is, match has been announced and it's going to happen at Backlash. And people know how I feel about that. The other match, Lyra Becky, I'm not down on that. I think that could be pretty good. They faced before and it was a good match actually. Dr. Lucha Lala, but is it big enough for a PLE? Yeah, maybe not. Maybe it should be a Raw match, but I don't know. I think Big Time Bex is obviously a big deal. I think they're thinking that this could be a good match for Lyra, which it would. Lyra's reign is only going to be as good as the people she beats. We've said that before. So a win over Becky would be very useful for her title run. Your title run is no good if you're only going to be beating low-level, Zoe Starks or whatever. No offense to her, but a win over Zoe Stark doesn't really do much for your title reign. Obviously, a win over Bayley, a win over Becky. Like Tiffany, got a win over Charlotte. That means something. That matters. That makes her a bigger star. And so in that regard, I think it's pretty good. And the match should bang as well. But, yeah, is it big enough for... Well, it's just not had much of a build, has it, to be honest? With a few more weeks build, perhaps it'll feel a bit bigger. Big Time.
Big Time Baxter. Daze, you say Solo Sikoa has been ruined, but how much does that have to do with fans rejecting him? Triple H did really try, but Solo didn't do himself any favours with his lacklustre in ring matches.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the percentage of how much was bad booking and how much was Solo himself or how much was just Jacob's aura taken away. It might just be all in a pot, really. It might be that Solo, wasn't looking like a badass enough in his matches, wasn't intense enough, was leaving, even if it's just 5% on the table. Not, the thing with Jacob is it doesn't feel like he gives 10 out of 10. It feels like he gives 12 out of 10, Everything's just so turned up, loud. Every mannerism, every movement, everything he does, it's so big. And with Solo, it doesn't quite feel that way. I feel like I get 8 out of 10 from Solo. I feel like I get 12 out of 10 from Jacob. And I don't know how much of it was that. I don't know how much of it was Jacob and his aura overshadowing. I don't know how much was creative. It's all gone into a pot. It's all been mixed up. And the end result is Solo can't even get a match at WrestleMania. When last year the rumor was they were going to do Roman Solo. And instead, we end up doing that on the Netflix premiere. And that's it. I mean, I know that we did Seth against Punk on that Netflix premiere and we went big. But both of them still found their way into the main event of WrestleMania Night 1. Roman got into that match as well. Solo couldn't even get on the flipping cards. He came walking out with Jacob. That was it. That was his moment. So, yeah, I don't think it's unfair to say that Solo's aura character has, well, ruined, I don't think is unfair, but it doesn't mean that it can't still get back on its feet. It's not like it's ruined forever. It's hit a bump, definitely. It can be repaired. So I don't want to make out like that's it. He's dead in the water. He's done. It's over. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I don't want to say that, but I do think that you know, where he was to where he is now it's a hell of a drop off, in it. It's a hell of a drop off. Leanne with a plan.
Leanne with a plan. New member. Those glasses on Seth freaked me TF out. I wasn't keen.
Yeah, I just found them to be a bit distracting, that's all. It's not so much about the glasses as much. It's more about the going forward, if he's going to wear stuff. Like, I really hope it's not going to be distracting. I hope it's not going to make him look like a clown. I hope it's going to be something that, you know, sometimes he can dress cool. Still outlandish, but it can look quite good. And I always find, like, he just looks better then. I wish it was more of that, but I don't know. We'll have to see where it goes. It's we are very much in uncharted waters with this. I don't hate it. It's just not. It's not grabbed me. I'm not in love with it. That's probably the best way. I don't hate it. I'm on board with it. I want it to work, but I don't find myself loving it yet. I could do. I could get there, but that's what the conversation is. What little tweaks would we need to make to make us love it? Nico
Capone. The show was up and down, but a bit underwhelming from what I thought we would get. I thought we would see more Roman and Punk. I mean, IDK, even though Roman's supposed to be smacked down.
You thought we would see more Roman and Punk. I don't even know if Roman is supposed to be smacked down. I'm not sure, to be honest. But I think with it being so storyline driven that, like, you know, they've just done that triple threat together. And Triple H even said, what if this triple threat is not the end of Summer, it's the start of Summer? And he's not wrong about that, is it? It's the start of Seth and his group, but I can't imagine that CM Punk now just walks away and goes off and does something else. I can't imagine Roman, who's just lost his wise man, goes away and does something else. There was a clip doing the rounds after last week's show where Punk and Roman were sort of looking at each other, sort of knew that they needed each other, but they didn't want to sort of come out and say it, you know? And so it doesn't feel like they're done with this story. So I'm not expecting Roman to kind of go back to SmackDown, or if he appears on SmackDown, I expect it to be that he's talking about his wise man. He's talking about Seth, and so him popping up on Raw, I wouldn't be. It would not shock me, because I agree. I'm not sure anymore as to where he's meant to be. Be nice actually to get a draft, wouldn't it, and just get some of that cleaned up.
Hannah WWE Daze. What would you say, what was the biggest downgrade from a main eventer to a lower card? An example would be Solo, as he was main eventing in 24, but this year he was left off Rumble and Mania.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Solo might actually be the biggest downgrade that I can remember, because you've had people like Jeff Hardy and whatever that were at the top and then find themselves just in the tag division. But we know why. That's because of, like, his demons. And there's a lot of people that have had their demons where, you know, they were, you know, in a really good position. And, I mean, Jeff's got, like, world titles to his name. And as we said, he now finds himself out the company, finds himself, like, going into the tag division. He kind of lost he didn't lose his momentum, but he certainly lost the backing of the machine, shall we say. I mean, he's even said himself, if he didn't have those demons, he could have been up there with John Cena. I don't know that that's true, but I don't know where he would be if he didn't have those demons, honestly. But I can't say that's the biggest drop-off because, well, that is him. And he had those demons, and you could even make the argument those demons made him who he is. You could even make the argument that without those flaws, he might not be the same person that people fell in love with. So maybe a double-edged sword there. But yeah, in regards to like recently with Solo, I don't know that I could find anyone that's had a kind of a drop off on that kind of level. I mean, you could say Miz if you wanted to point at the fact he main evented WrestleMania 27. But the thing with the Miz is, even at that time, people were like, this doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel like what we should be doing. I mean, it's not like we didn't know at the time. We were aware at the time. So, you know, Miz going from where he was to kind of where he is now is obviously a drop off. But that seems a bit fake because where he was, we knew wasn't quite right. So I think Solo's definitely the biggest recent example. Not even making that WrestleMania card. I really thought they were going to do him against. Jacob at WrestleMania. I mean, I think that feud's coming. They've just obviously kicked it down the road a little bit more, haven't they?
Big time, Baxter. Daze, do you think they do a draft soon? Because I can imagine WWE doesn't want the tight brand split rules. Trying to get as much star power on both shows. Nico Capone. I wondered why, though Solo has a good character, and I know Jacob just is more entertaining, but I think on a way Solo put Jacob over a little.
Solo put Jacob over a little. I wonder why Solo has a good character. I know Jacob is just more entertaining. Do you know what? Sometimes it is just fine margins, and you do find that in life. It might not be that you're doing things like really wrong. I mean, it might be that what you're doing is absolutely fine, but it's missing that 5%. You know, the gap between being like, you know, a good player and a great player, it's not always that wide. And same with pro wrestling, you know, the gap between being good and great, it can feel wide, but it's not always that wide. You know, it's just you got to change a few things. It's knowing what to change. It's knowing what's missing. It's knowing what you've got to deliver that's not being delivered. That's the hard thing. Actually delivering it is not as hard. It's not as hard. And as I said, the best way I could word it is that it feels like Solo's like operates at an 8 out of 10, and it feels like Jacob operates at a 12 out of 10. It's just everything's bigger and more turned up and more intense. And, you know, it is what it is. I mean, this is where we are. This is what's happened. And, you know, it is what it is. It's going to be interesting to see where Solo goes from here. He's got to be aware of it. He's got a great family around him. They're obviously not going to allow him to just drown and, you know, go out the business. So, you know, even Jacob's going to want things to work for Solo. Jacob's not going to want to bury Solo. So, you know, Solo's in a good position where he's got a good support network, but don't know. It's definitely got to be a bounce back, hasn't there? And maybe if he's going to start like beating up on Jacob, really hammering away on him, maybe that could be something, you know? Maybe that could light that fire again. I think a feud between them two would be really interesting. And certainly if Solo shows no fear, stands up to Jacob, and actually, you know, manages to more than hold his own, even in defeat, that might reignite Solo. But don't know. We have to wait and see what they can cook up for him.
Pock to Dill. Rowan's small I'm just Rowan speech was the best thing in Wyatt's 6 so far. Let the man speak, but he also needs to be in the gym. He's huge, but got a cake ass and chub if he swells up his money.
Let the man speak. Well, I do agree with that. I think that he has. I think his promo was excellent. Those promos actually were excellent as well. I kind of enjoyed a lot of them. Like Uncle Howdy's sit down was really good. Don't remember much of Dexter's. Nikki didn't say anything. But yeah, Rowan's was really good. Really, really good. But again, why are we not doing that? They surely know when they're going to be back, and they surely know what the feud is going to be. So why are we not doing a glitch, and why are we not doing that? Why are we not working towards whatever we need to work towards? I don't have the answer to that. And I won't know until they come back and we know kind of how things played out. My hope is, of course, we see them on Friday, but I'm certainly not going to sit here and say, yeah, it's happening. I'm not going to do that because, well, how could you? I mean, we're going into May and we still haven't seen them. So how could you sit here and say that? You can't, I can't, you can't. We're just going to have to see them when we see them. But why we're not doing anything? Well, I'll give them last week. We'll see what we get this week. I mean, I do feel like there should be a glitch or something.
Port Blazerfan 22. Jacob Fatu is Jeff Hardy like Overshadow, the other brother. Just better than Solo.
Yeah. Sometimes it is that simple, isn't it, really? He is Jeff Hardy, and just overshadows the other. I mean, that's no disrespect to Matt. Matt's, got his own thing, But it took him a little while to find that with the broken stuff. I don't think that, V1, version 1, all that stuff. I don't know that really did much, but with the whole broken stuff, that really connected the broken universe. I think they did another deletion match the other day, didn't they? Which that had Willow in and everything, which I heard was very well received. So I mean, there's Jeff just has this connection with the crowd. It is hard to put into words, and Jacob benefits from that as well. Let's get a couple more and we will run away because I don't normally stick around this long, but it is nice getting people's thoughts. Here's a Jobson.
A Jobson. Daze, I do find it interesting. The title Jey Uso is holding was only made a couple years ago, yet people care who is fighting for it. Seth, Priest and Gunther did great building its prestige. Ninja Exox. Solo was actually pretty solid. It was Jacob, man. As soon as he lost that Ula Fala, it was done. Aaron Wavett. Daze, apparently jaws will drop when they reveal the role Liv Morgan landed. Booty fuss.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I don't know. Some people are saying that it's just a story, but I've not seen full reaction to it yet. But I'm very interested. I think that is big news. I think the Liv Morgan line, I said during the stream, I didn't even think about what that might mean for the Wyatt Six. So it'll be very interesting to see kind of what word comes out about that now. A few more.
Nico Capone. Yeah, IDK SmackDown right now. Don't seem like it's going to be anything big so we even know of any matches yet. Rich Green. I think Gilia, they are still teaching American TV too. She don't need belts or being over right now. They're using her indie image to push their other talents. Julia will be fine once she gets to Maine. Leanne with a plan. New member. Alexa Bliss is just pure perfection. The pop she got when she returned at Royal Rumble was sick.
Do we know any matches? We probably do, but I can't remember any off the top of my head. They normally set something up, don't they? I don't know if one isn't Carrion. Is it? I honestly don't know. I think probably not, because I think Carrion's on Raw, isn't he? Something in my head said Carrion was competing, but that might have just been old news. I've got so many blooming matches and whatever over previous weeks that are kind of floating around my head, so I can't recall anything, but I'm sure there was something. In regards to Julia, I'm surprised she's been called up as quick as what she has, but I like the fact they're using her with Roxanne. I think those two have really added to the women's division, and they're both excellent talents. So, I mean, all they're doing is making that division stronger. But again, as we saw in Unseen yesterday, there is frustration with Shayna talking about hashtag good soldier. So there is frustration that's out there at the moment. And it can't be brilliant if you're a Zoe Stark or you're a Shayna Baszler, and now you're seeing more girls coming up, getting opportunity. That's not great for you. So yeah, I'd imagine there is frustration that's floating around. But I like Julia. And Alexa is pure perfection. Well, I would love to see that pure perfection on TV sometimes. Here's your tribal chief.
The tribal chief. Adam is smelling horse piss and nobody cares rip.
Adam is smelling horse pee right now and no one cares. R.I.P. What does that mean? Adam Pearce. Are you talking about Adam Pearce? I actually don't know what he's doing. He said he had a medical thing, didn't he? But yeah, I don't know what he's up to. Hope he enjoyed the show. JPville.
Backlash should be Bron and Seth versus Sami Gauntlet to get people to hate them.
It should be Bron and Seth against Sami in a gauntlet. So what, he faces one and then afterwards he faces the other? I don't know. Honestly, I think even if they did that, you might still end up with people chanting one more time. I just think that this new group is intriguing. It's one of the most interesting things that's happening. I think it's really hard for Sami, who's just on his own and a bit cold, to sort of, get the crowd on his side. And that flipping song that people just enjoy singing anyway. Seth's a big star. I mean, there's no way of spinning it. Seth's a bigger star than Sami. So, again, people are, more into going to see Seth than they are going to see Sami. So, you got to do something really bad to kind of get that crowd to turn on Seth. And I don't think that one curb stomp was quite it, to be honest. So, he stood there and the crowd were singing away. It's definitely food for thought for them going forward, though. They've got to find a way of fixing this. So... Right, with that being said, we are done. Otherwise, I'll never get these other videos done. And we've already stuck around a good, I think maybe even over an hour, which is pretty bonkers, but good conversation, and I'm always here for that. So, appreciate people joining us. I hope you enjoyed the show or got something out of it. I'm going to run away and might do opinions. I probably should work on Unseen, but I think it's going to take a while. So I'll probably do opinions first, get that done, and then do Unseen. So thanks for watching. Appreciate it as always. And hopefully I'll see you tomorrow as we do a little bit of NXT. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.